No masks, nothing to hide. Yeah, we've had a couple of masked people. I've pointed them out to security because as far as I'm concerned, unless you're ill, you have no reason to wear a mask in this crowd. None at all. There is no pandemic at the moment, unless you... And if you are ill, you shouldn't be out here, should you, in the cold? So, no masks, unless you're a little old lady. So there you go. Yeah. Thank you, love you, Jeffs, and thank you. Someone's saying stop filming myself, but the trouble is I'm sort of trying to talk to you, and if I show you what's going on elsewhere, I can't see exactly what I'm doing. So anyway, and I do like to when people come up for them to actually see themselves on film as well. Anyway, I will turn the camera back round. Sure you can, yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah, so there you go. Up there, by the Union Jack Club. The stairs there are now crowded. Where I was up there a few minutes ago, well 10-15 minutes ago, and it was not as crowded as that. I couldn't get up there now. And right to the back of the street, under the bridge it goes left and right, the road goes left and right under that bridge, so probably beginning to spill over into that area which we've got. According to security, we can use that area as well. So there you go, that's that. And over the front again.
Didn't want anybody to do that.
So as you can see, it's a very, very good turnout. Someone's asked me to slow the chat down. I'm already live streaming. I know I can get in and do something, but I might.
Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. But if I do go in, I might stop the stream accidentally. So I don't want to stop the stream. Sorry, there's so many comments coming through. So yeah.
I'm doing all right for that then. That's it.
American and British flags flying, great to see. Now just remember, and you know, I'm a Trump supporter, but I understand that Trump is working for America to make America great again. What we need is a government that says make UK great again. That's what we need. Instead of these people who want to enrich the world at our expense. They're called the Labour Party. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Oh, sure, yeah. There you go.
I will watch your time, mate.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so this here is about, you know, it's not about me, it's not about really people here other than they're supporting Tommy and the other political prisoners, because they are political prisoners, there's no getting away from it. They are all political prisoners. They're hit there because of a political decision. So, and remember that they wouldn't normally have got those sentences in prison unless the orders came from on high, because normally they get a slap on the wrist for what they did and be sent home. Apart from the ones that went really bad, but most of them were had a slap on the wrist because of a political decision. But they had to make a statement, didn't they, against the far right. Those sentences in prison unless the orders came from on high. So there you go. Because normally they get.
And their next penalty. Not before we got back. Only after.
You get the flags in the way, all flapping around. Look at that. Yeah. So I'm in the middle now. And that's all I can see, really. There.
Because when you're being elected as president, you should have a vision. Hello. When you have you're being elected that's not right.
12 at the moment. I gather we're moving off at 1. So we got a bit of a wait yet. So yeah.
All proceeds goes to Tommy's children. £15.
There you go, buy it. Proceeds from Tommy's children. We need it as well. It's all right. No, I'm looking at myself a moment. Just move. Oh, there you go. Look, that's what. There you go. Say hello. There you go. Isn't it great to see such a large crowd? It's really developing nicely, isn't it? Yeah. Soon we'll be on the march. Of course you can. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You get seats everywhere around here. Is that good as us? And their cousins.
It's finished. They're worse than us. Sure, though, we run them into the well.
Oh, that was a flag. That was a flag getting in the way then, flapping through.
I'm hearing it, they're encouraging.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Now, just to let you know, some. Because might get a copyright strike from it. There's nothing I can do about that. So as long as you're aware of that, that's the thing. So I'm going to start moving backwards towards the back of the crowd and see what's going on. Hello. Lovely to see you again. Hello. Oh, there's a long way to go to the back.
Cymraeg, mam eisiau Cymraeg, ond dwi'n gweithio i Powys, community care, so weithiau dwi'n cael pobl sy'n siarad Cymraeg, a mae'n fatha, lovely, ti bad, a maen nhw wrth i bod, Midwest, neb siarad Cymraeg.
Na, mae dy Gymraeg di'n siarad, a dy Gymraeg di'n swnio'n broken.
Yndi.
Yr un beth a fi.
Ia, a dyna beth sy'n digwydd da, pan ti'n fi siarad da.
Dwi'n fluid, dim mwy da chdi.
Na, mae'n rhyfedd ydy.
Mae o'n rhyfedd, yndi.
Yndi.
O, neis iawn.
Oh, lovely. Ond mae Richard big fan.
Yeah, I watch you on the YouTube. Good to meet you.
Oh, cheers,
That's
dude.
how I know you.
Thank you very much.
What was you in? What? Were you engineers?
Infantry, Royal Welsh.
Oh, you're in the Royal Welsh? I always thought you were in the engineers. Sorry.
Oh,
You're in the Royal Welsh?
I work for a living. That's the old joke.
I was in the RCT, I was. A bit before your time, Roco Transport.
Oh, right, oh,
You had the RLC,
now.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Before your time.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, changes all the time.
Yeah. And it's probably still there.
Past 49.
Aylesbury. Buckinghamshire, yeah.
Okay.
That's quite posh, isn't it?
Freedom Rally.
Freedom Rally.
Yeah.
Exit 2 out of the station, I think that's where we come out of in the end. There's a nice helicopter up there. I don't know whether they're looking or filming or both. I'm watching Jeff, he's got a Mahusive Scaramanga. Okay. I'm not sure whether you can hear me okay, it's quite noisy and rowdy, but I thought it's more important just to get the crowd in what's going on. Hopefully we'll be on the move at some point. I'm just going to put... I just had to turn the do not disturb function on my phone because I think we're going to end up getting this cut after all the effort it was made to get it on. Go up a bit again. Yeah, picture not great, audio good. I think that's signal related, a lot of it. Hopefully with its process later it'll be a little bit better. There's a pub and hotel there, just over there. That's where most of them are, up that end. Yeah, I met up with Paz, Andy. I met up with him. We all separated. There's a guy there grinning at me. Mega, make England great again, I hope that means. I better smile. That's me. How you doing? No, I'm based in the southeast. Margate. Oh, Margate? Yeah. I used to run the London trip. Okay. Watching. Thank you. Appreciate it. Check me out, Stephanie Steamer on Instagram. Okay, I will.
Sometimes we lose connection. So far it's been very good for the last, how long? Oh, nearly 2 hours. So it's been a pretty consistent stream. But if it does go and starts to go, I'll have to stop the stream and restart it, hopefully regain a good signal. But as we get nearer on, more and more people arrive, more and more people will be streaming. So it does get a bit dodgy. Also, if there's a lot of music playing that's copyrighted, when I don't know it's copyrighted, then I'll have to stop the stream anyway. So, because I might get a copyright strike from it, there's nothing I can do about that. So, as long as you're aware of that, that's the thing. So, I'm going to start moving backwards towards the back of the crowd and see what's going on. Hello. Lovely to see you again, Mr. Taylor. Hello. Oh, there's a long way to go to the back.
Wonderful. 7 million? Wow.
It's the London Marathon.
Okay. Yeah, cheers, Tony. Hopefully there'll be a few more on there. See how we get on. I've actually lost track at the time. Yeah, we're getting some noise again. And a few more people coming in. Film of him, filming me, filming him. Yeah, literally just a few yards from where they're all assembling. They keep getting pushed back out of the way, so I think they're expecting a large crowd to come through. Thank you to whoever that was that said about Paz and I. Managed to get here in the end. Disney Turney, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. There's an awful lot of law enforcement up here. Jeff's making his way to the back at the mo. Yeah, I'm keeping out of his way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
That was early on. Anyway.
So it's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get a coffee before it moves off. I don't know
Yourself
what it's
down.
going to be. I'll see you there. Come and see us, right? We'll get you in the bus.
Yeah, cheers, Bucker. Right. Oh, thank you very much.
I have a feeling I might bump into him. I've just seen Andrew Bridget as well.
Andrew Bridget, where is he?
Well, he just went to Waterloo and he went that way.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
okay.
How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm actually meeting for lunch, but I wanted to come and add my body to the numbers.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, good for you. Good for you.
You have a good day.
Well, thanks for spotting myself. Thank you.
No, it's brilliant. You're one of the people I trust. It's very good.
That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Right.
Look after
Keep
yourself.
doing what you're doing.
Stay safe. Hello, Mac. How you doing? All right.
Good content, keep up the work.
Cheers, dude. Thank you. Nice crowd now.
It's a good crowd now, isn't it?
Yeah. What's going on there? Yeah, the stage and all that. Hello, Mac. How you doing?
Yeah, you've done right there.
I know, I got my heart.
You were down here early this morning then?
Yeah, we couldn't find out. I'm here with Andy the Gabby Cabby.
I'm thinking about, yeah.
You know, he's live streaming somewhere.
Yeah.
We couldn't find anything. So it took us ages to find here.
Right.
But yeah. Yeah, swelling up now.
Yeah.
Quite nicely. And over here. Something going on there with Richard Inman.
Where'd you get to, do you think?
I don't know, I'll have a look.
Six Nations game number one, folks. France 43, Wales 0. Any thoughts about France potentially not starting the competition quick?
Inman having an argument with the old Billy.
Since last night. Disabled discrimination on wheeled up here. Thank you. God bless, mate.
Havers. Havers. How are you? Very good to see you. How's it been? How are you? Okay. Oh, so we got Havers Reflects here. Welcome on. Big up, big up.
It's been a long time. Where have you been, Lewis?
Taking.
He's been enjoying uni way too much.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
It's all going well.
Did you see Bosco?
My Corso song. But,
Yeah, he's around here. Didn't wait before I did. I was question answer.
Guys, go sub to Havers Reflects here.
So, how's the day been? What have you been up to? How's life?
I was here for nearly half an hour already. It's massive.
I saw you interview Gerard Bassett.
Yes, I did. I saw right there. Yeah. Hi everyone, welcome on, big up. We got Havers. Yeah, welcome on to the channel. We're currently broadcasting live.
Live and direct.
Yeah. There are thousands of people here.
We're waiting. We're just waiting.
So people have gathered, getting ready for a march, a very big march down to Parliament. Down to Whitehall near the Cenotaph. But it's a little bit of a waiting game, so thank you everyone who's actually joined us here today on the live stream. Please hit that like button, get those likes up, because it really does help the stream go viral. So guys, help us out here. Send it to your friends, send it to your family, send it to your mother. We all need to see this.
So you can stay updated with future live streams or videos like these. And we're also going to be covering Speakers Corner tomorrow, so be sure to tune into tomorrow's live broadcast. Thank you very much, everyone.
We're moving.
Having some water.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Excuse me, sir.
Any flags or
Would you mind saying a few words to the camera about today's protest and what effect do you think it will have?
Well, at least we're getting our voice out there and telling people what we think. And there's more people here than they expected to be here, so yeah.
And how far have you come from today?
I've come from Manchester. Yeah.
How many of these marches have you been to so far, and why do you think it's so important that people should come to them?
Well, this is the third the United Kingdom one I've been to. It's just, we don't really, I don't think we're getting any democracy because the Conservatives and the Labour just seem to be doing the same thing. So we just got to let them know what's going on. And now Nigel Farage has turned his back on us.
So what alternative do you think is the right alternative in politics?
Well, I believe in Jesus, so I've given up on politics. But yeah, have a good day, mate.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Protests are always state-controlled protests because these rallies are against, the actual authoritarian state that we live in. So the state make these fucking bullshit groups, and that's the counter-protest. It's the government. Always the same people, same faces.
There's something going on there with Richard Inman and the cops. Quite clear he doesn't want to join reform, but he doesn't want to. Says a lot of things that a lot of people agree with. Politicians that are covering up for this, or not saying this, are up to their necks in it.
5-man mob is not bad.
Mob? What kind of language is that? Mob? We're a parliamentary party. He talks about making his country great again. He talks about controlling his borders. He talks about putting American people first, despite all these idiots saying he's a nutter. He's not. He's a clever man.
What do you think about the Tommy Robinson stuff? Because, I mean, obviously that was one of the points where...
He doesn't even want to join Reform UK. He's made that quite clear. He doesn't want to join Reform, but he doesn't want to join. He's in prison. I mean, our membership's, what, 170,000 there? We've got 1,500 council candidates ready for local elections. We've got donors coming in. I mean, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
We're doing all right. The other parties would wish they had our momentum.
And I guess, like, one of the most richest, powerful people talking about your 5-man mob is not bad.
Mob? What kind of language is that? Mob? We're a parliamentary party.
You're going to cancel me for it?
Well, when you look at the newspapers every single day, if you're into politics, if you're in that bubble, it's Reform that's on the front every day. Reform UK with 5 members of Parliament. It's not the Lib Dems with 72. It's not the Greens with 5 MPs. It's not the SNPs. It's not even the Conservative Party. It's us.
Yeah.
We're making all the noise.
What do you call yourself then? If you're not a mob, what would you?
The official opposition.
The official opposition.
There you go.
On that, Robinson, do you think that there is a case that he's done a decent job in terms of raising awareness about?
Tommy Robinson says a lot of things that a lot of people agree with, and on the grooming gangs, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there I agree with him on. He's highlighted some stuff. But anybody would agree with, I think. I mean, this rape scandal has been going on not just a few years, it's left a dark stain.
There's this sort of woke ideology that, like, you can't say, you've got to be careful about things that you say.
No, you haven't got to be careful. They're Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. It's as simple as that. It's plain English. And politicians that are covering up for this or not saying this are up to their necks in it. They're covering up. We know that, it's going to come out eventually. It's going to be a Netflix series. We know this, don't we? You've got council officials, social workers, police, politicians, who's all know stuff that's covered it up. And I can't wait for the day when they're all exposed and locked up.
What do you make of the States and, like, the stuff that's going over there? Do you think that lines up with some of the stuff that we're seeing over here?
Probably, yeah. I'm glad Trump won. I think the voters that voted for Trump have got a lot in common with people in the Red Wall in places like this.
Did you know that you could passively, relatively quickly...
I've had a disagreement. They're going to start marching down here soon. Flags on your scarf, castle car. Oh, sorry, man. All right, mate. Nearly ran into you. Hang on, wrong hand. There we go. The what?
Firehouse.
Firehouse?
Where I'm meeting someone here.
I have no idea, mate. I'm lost myself. You're alright.
Hello, mate.
Hello, you're alright.
I recognise you, Mr. Podcast.
Change offers personal one-on-one support. No experience needed, but like anything, this takes time and is not a get-rich-quick scheme. If you put the work in, you will get the results. E-commerce and online shopping is getting bigger and bigger. This is a great opportunity for anyone that is looking for financial freedom. For more information, go follow Ryan on Instagram at RyanJB, and he will guide you through the steps to help you get started. And
I read the comments of my last ones.
Was live.
Boom, we're on.
And we're on.
And today's guest, we've got Tommy Robinson. Tommy boy, how are we?
I'm good, James, man. How are you?
Good to see you, bro.
Can I start off with a disclaimer? Because I read the comments of my last ones. I'm not high on cocaine, okay?
It's me.
I'm not high on cocaine. I read the comments, it's like, oh, he sniffed off his head. It's like, no, if I sniffed off my head, I'd be under that table, all right? I wouldn't be sitting here doing the podcast. So let's just get the record straight, okay? I'm not high on cocaine.
How have you been?
I'm all right, mate, up and down.
You've kind of went global now. It's not just the UK. You've been on Jordan Peterson. Trump, Musk is sharing your stuff, like a lot of high-profile names. You've went global. The stuff that you're doing, the stuff that you're trying to do. Also, we'll touch on the UK riots. You're getting the blame for a lot. We're over in Spain just now, but how are you?
For my cause, if we talk about the cause first,
yes,
we're in the best place we've been.
How so?
The largest audience we've ever had, thanks to Elon Musk. Not just the largest audience, but we've been proven right in everything. Unfortunately, the country has got that in that bad of a state in most towns and cities. People are seeing the things that I'd warned about a decade ago, and they're now realising it's happening. The state of the country, people are fearful, they're scared. The British public are scared of what's happening to their country. People now feel and see this invasion, which is exactly what it is organised and orchestrated. It's population replacement. There's a plan to replace the European populations, and that's what we're witnessing. So if anyone doesn't think our Royal Navy could stop these boats coming into our country, is brain dead. They're not just stopping them, they're literally picking them up and bringing them in. Government-funded NGOs are planning it from start to finish. The whole invasion of Europe is planned, it's orchestrated. The Tory party hand over the baton to the Labour Party. They both have their globalist agendas. They are working totally against the interests of the British people. And people can see it. They don't really know what's going on, but they feel it. They feel the country's going in the wrong direction. They know, especially with Keir Starmer, since he's got in power, that they're working against the interests of the British population.
Touch on your book. You've got a new release. It's Amazon #1.
Straight to #1, knocked Boris Johnson off the top spot, which is very satisfying for me because I get labelled as a hooligan, a thug. This is my 4th best-selling book, yeah? And I'm a documentary maker. I've made 8 documentaries that in their own right would be award-winning documentaries if I wasn't a working-class kid from Luton Town. If I was part of the 1%, what this book is, this book details with evidence. This is an academic piece of work that's took 5 years in the making, where everything, we are being farmed like animals. Anyone who's read George Orwell's book, Animal Farm, it talks about that, and it's basically what they're doing to us. They treat us like farm animals, they lie to us, they deceive us. Literally everything's a lie. We go through their lies, we prove them lies. In the back of the book is all the footnotes of evidence. So everything we say in here, we show you. They, when I say they, the 1%, the oligarchy, rely on the fact that we are consumed with football, with music, with our own lives, with work, that we're not looking at their plans and what they're doing, and they're quite open about it. There's a 177-page documentation by the United Nations about population replacement. Everything that's happening is happening. Now, do we want to become a minority? Is it right that we, as white Englishmen or white Scottish men, become a minority in our own country? No, it's not. So and what we look at in here is the numbers. By 2041, we're a minority. So we're running out of time. We run out of time to solve this. We look through the money bubble, the continuous just printing of money, the reason for mass immigration, how it's planned, how they destroy and attack anyone who gets in their way of their agenda. They have a massive agenda that's been planned for hundreds of years, and they're playing it out. And we're literally, anyone who gets in the way, like myself, they come for you. And then they elevate certain people who are part of the oligarchy. And most people, what I've come to realise is, say like most feminists in the UK, where the fuck were you when a generation of girls were getting raped? Where are you now on that issue? How come none of you have spoke about it? I don't believe many of them even care about the cause that they put themselves in for. They care about climbing the ladder of the oligarchy, each one of them. So that's why there's been mass silence. We look at, it goes through everything. It goes from start to finish about, it's basically in this.
Nice. Nice. What's your stream called? What's your channel called?
News for Yorkshire.
News
Now Yorkshire.
News Now Yorkshire. Guys, check out News Now Yorkshire. Like and subscribe.
I'm only with the student for ages. Maybe won't copyright.
Yeah. Did you get a shot of those guys?
Yeah, I have already. I got a picture already.
How many are in there? 270.
You got a lot.
Absolutely. We got 500 watching. Good to see everybody. I hope you're getting a view of what's happening. We are outside Waterloo Station.
How are you? Another 5 minutes. I think they're starting off now. I think.
I'm kind of stuck. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, excuse me. Hey? Got him. Sorry, big. Hello, you're right. How you doing? Not bad. How long have you been here? Too long. What time is it now? March should be starting now. I've been here since about 11:30.
Hello, my darlings. I see your technology is holding you back. What you need is a more flexible platform. Let's get that sorted. And go, go, go. Big web tech for your business. YEARRS.
Property trading is instead of you purchasing the property, you give it to an investor and
I've even met people from inside London, you know, there's not many of them. Yep. Oh, sorry. In my defence, I was left unsupervised. I like that. I love it.
Yeah, we watch you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello.
Doing a grand you're on the internet there, look. Doing a grand job. Sorry. Right, excuse please. I've been told I'm meant to be at the front or something. So I'm meant to be at the front. So I'm under orders. I'm under orders. Sorry. Yeah. Hello, Jeff coming through. Thanks. Excuse please. Excuse please. Hello, I'm fine, thanks, Jeff. Where have you come from today? Right, okay. That's a bit,
Also in Brazil, because we have to take the example from Donald Trump, who pardoned 1,500 J6 prisoners on the day he got back into office. And this has to happen now in the UK.
We want Starmer out. So they're all singing, we want Starmer out. Look at your outfit, man. So Ricky, we're going to...
If you want your comments on the screen, just chat and I'll stick them on the screen for you. I'm just going to stay quiet and just cover the footage. That's all I'm going to do.
Hello and welcome to our series, The Rape of Brit. With this series, survivors of grooming gangs have approached us. With their consent, we've interviewed them, and in very gruesome and graphic detail, we've found not only common patterns of behaviours from the offenders, but also corroborations as to who was actively engaged in the pimping, raping and torturing of vulnerable underage British girls. Of the survivors we've spoken to, many didn't know each other, but they all told a very similar story. It has been our mission to extensively research each case, track down and covertly investigate these alleged child rapists and confront them for their actions. Please be warned that some content may be hard to listen to and watch, but we owe it to the survivors that justice and some form of retribution is offered. She's already given me. It's important information and we need it on camera for this documentary.
After the initial disappointment of Kareen's no-show at Stansted Airport, we caught up with her just 48 hours later.
We went to Stansted. It was in Stansted to collect her.
Yeah.
I didn't think you turned up.
I did.
You did. Explain. We were met by police when we got there.
I got off the plane. I literally come off the door for the plane, and right outside was 3 officers waiting for me.
For what?
They said that I'd called a Pakistani bloke on Facebook a pedo.
Which Pakistani bloke?
A bloke called Ifti.
Ifti, so you've called him a paedophile?
Yeah. He's gone to the police and told him that I've called him a paedophile, because he is a paedophile. I know that because he's raped my friends when they were young, so that's how I know. And the police wanted me to write a letter of apology to him, saying sorry that I'd called him a pedo. So yeah, they kept me for 23 hours.
They kept you for 23 hours and asked you to write a public apology to a man who you say is a paedophile. You see, if we start off here, I've gone through your life story. You were abused from a child, groomed on the streets by Pakistanis at the age of 11, lost your virginity at 12. You were pregnant at 13?
Yeah.
When did you have your first child?
Week after my 14th birthday.
And who was that to?
1 of 5. I don't know.
1 of 5 men?
Yeah.
How old were those men?
From ages 18 to 30 maybe.
being closed off now. So, all right.
Sausage.
The hell was that?
So here we go.
Help us up my mount.
Right on that, man.
I'm live on TikTok. Right, guys, I've done a bit of climbing. Look at the wife. Here we go, guys. Enjoy. Here they come. Tap the screen. Come on, guys. Tap.
Right, so at Parliament Square at the moment, we've got communist gathering to try and counter-protest the Unite the Kingdom march. Right, so at Parliament Square at the moment, we've got communist gathering to try and counter-protest . Welcome back to the channel, guys. We're on our way to collect press passes from the stage area, but they've, well, the police have stopped us. They're not letting anyone through. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. If you're coming to the march, don't come from the Charing Cross side because you're being diverted all the way around. There's a lot of Antifa gathering in Trafalgar Square as well. So, yeah, we're being sent round the long way now. As you can see, there's a massive police presence. So yeah, everyone, if you come from the Waterloo side.
Isn't it amazing? It's all in people together. All want the same thing. All want peace and love, don't they? Hey, Noob. Tommy Robinson, I used to believe, all of you who are watching, that Tommy Robinson was a right-wing racist. I changed my views after conducting my own research. And those of you who know, I'm not dumb, I'm not silly, yeah? And I've met Tommy on numerous occasions. I've been to Telford, I've engaged with him, and he is fighting for the rights of his people in this country. And I see nothing is wrong with a person standing up for the people of the country that he loves. And he is a true patriot, and I'm happy to stand shoulder to shoulder today, wearing my outfit as an English gentleman.
pictures I think from last night.
The what?
I think all the pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations
Great.
on the new engagement.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When you walk through the left side, just let me know. On purpose. This one right now.
That one.
Big shout out to Mean Girls.
Oh, that last one.
Mean Girls.
They're the great women of England.
Susie.
Hey.
Message me in the morning.
Hey, love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm already there. There's one in Swansea as well.
Got tourists in London confused about what's going on here. They're probably terrified. They think this is some sort of far right march. Okay, so the faster we walk the front, the sooner we'll get to Westminster Parliament. That's good.
Free Tommy Robinson! Come on, Tommy! That's how my jumper. I'll sell it. 200 quid.
Yeah, if we slow down a bit. Hello, how are you?
Hi dear, right, how are you?
If we're just saying we're not going to engage with you to meet you.
You too, sir. Thank you. There he is.
Mate to see, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you, mate?
Big up, big up, big up. Do you know
Big up,
something? It is so great to be out on the streets today supporting Tommy, and I'm here wearing my English gentleman suit.
Gentleman
and it's brilliant. Big up.
Big up. Thanks, mate. Amazing. Yeah. We got people coming. Everyone's they got suits and ties. Gentlemen. See, I'm not the only one in a nice suit, so for a Saturday, we are classy. Alright. We got these guys coming. We're now way ahead. I'm gonna wait a little bit. How's it going, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Too bloody right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. We are. Thank you. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
You know what? I have now making new stuff on my channel as well. I nicked that idea from you.
Yeah.
I'll take a photo, mate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, you like to get the camera.
Anyway.
Are you all ready for the wedding then? Yeah, basically.
Oh, yeah, fuck's sake. Cheers, man. God bless you, mate.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, wow. The other side looks disturbing. There we go. Thank you, mate. There we go. Cheers for Tommy. There he is, Israel. I'm Israel. Hi. Thank you. I'm Israel. Hi. I'm Israel. Hi. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's so good you'll need to come next time if you can make it next time. And if you couldn't make it through reasons beyond your control, then I hope you're enjoying what I can show you. And we have...
I can't wait to watch that later.
The police. There's the helicopter. He's up there. He's up there. You can just see him. The police are there. They were keeping an eye on us. Oh, he's circling back. He's coming back. He's coming back for us. Look at that. Yay. Yeah, we keep stopping and starting, but that's fair enough. Yeah, because we need to obviously stay within the police guidelines and all the rest of it. Really important. Hello. Yeah. So it's... I'm not sure where we're going now. Are we going round?
We're moving. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving again.
I mean, watching yours.
50-60. There we go. We wanna know from Maya, are you gonna go make more trouble today? Are you? You.
10 minutes later, so
Excuse me, Ma.
Brilliant.
You a lot, brother. You're
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Got the London Eye over there. Not far right, just right. Just England.
Yes, brother.
Okay.
Listen, we're getting there, man. Yes, brother. We're getting there. We're getting there. Love you.
Thank you, mate.
No, not too bad.
From Yorkshire, our train was late.
Oh gosh, I better go for Liverpool and it's training.
Yeah, I think we'll take King's Cross.
Yeah, oh well. Oh yeah,
I'm Welsh, he's English.
How are you? You can see the march coming in, alright? Thanks to everyone who joined me. Join me again in a minute. I'll be back on. Thank you, Kiwi Wife. Thanks to everyone who gave me money. That's going on beer. Share, subscribe, like. YouTube algorithm on the lefties, they hate that. So yeah, that's how you kick him in the nuts. So I'll catch you later. Join me again.
That's me.
Because I watch you on YouTube and I said to her, when you said she was actually right there, so I just didn't say that.
That's all right. Hi. Do you want to say hi on camera? No? That's all right. Oh, wonderful, yeah. I'll tag along with you, yeah? Yeah. All right, you're going ahead of it, yeah? Yeah, I'm going to finish up for now as well and follow Paz through the Downing Street. I'll pick up with it again then shortly. See you soon. Say Roger Trout.
Roger Trout.
You know what? Amount of people recognise me from after being on your channel.
Brilliant.
It's actually quite funny.
Get the flanks. Call of Duty. Get the flanks. T-shirt saying thank you, Elon Musk. Thank you, Elon. So we got the Reform UK flag.
Are you struggling to sell life insurance? Do you want to discover the method that me and my team use to sell 1,100 new policies in 1 month?
They'll get rid of district councils and county councils, replace them by a series of unitaries. Essex will have between 3 and 5 unitaries, and then a mayor will be over the top of all of it. Now, whether you agree with these changes or not, and I'm sceptical, I've got to tell you, I'm very sceptical. I think that some of the smaller district councils that represent the more rural areas and the small towns will finish up actually being governed by the priority of the bigger cities. So I'm concerned about it. But whether we do it or not, shouldn't we have a debate about it first? Should we have a conversation about it first? And how extraordinary that it's the Conservative-led Essex Council that have asked for these elections to be cancelled for perhaps up to 2 years, when it's going to take at least 3 years for the changes to take place, and the term's only 4 years. There is not a single good excuse for any of the 20 million eligible voters in the English counties, not a single valid excuse for any one of them to be denied their vote on May the 1st this year. Not one. Not one. The rumour is up to 10 million people may be denied the vote. We don't know. The decision will come on Monday or Tuesday. We in Essex and elsewhere are readying ourselves to fight those elections. If they're cancelled here, we'll fight them hard elsewhere. We have a petition up and running saying, come and sign it. And within 24 hours, 160,000 people have signed it. We'll find out more nearer the time. But honestly, I thought only dictators cancelled elections. And why are they doing it? Why are they doing it? Because they're scared out of their lives of what reform is going to do at the ballot box on May the 1st. And so they should be. So we will battle on.
So I'm really concerned as to why he hasn't replied. I'm due to see him on Tuesday. Whether they're cancelling my visit or not, I don't know. I'm expecting it to be cancelled.
Right. So are you worried about the conditions he's being kept in?
Absolutely.
Am I right in thinking that his visitation rights have been taken away as well?
Well, there's a lot of visits been cancelled this week. I'm due to see him on Tuesday, and I'm just waiting for my visit to be cancelled as well. So it looks like they are cancelling people's visits, especially if you're attached to social media. So I don't know why they're trying to stop that or why they are stopping it. Obviously, it's not good.
Do you think that this march could be the one that gets Tommy out?
If you want to turn your vacation rentals from a side hustle into a real business, try Guesty. Before Guesty, managing...
Both groups remain separated to prevent potential clashes. The Pro-Robinson Rally, branded as Stop the Isolation or Unite the Kingdom, will commence at 12 p.m. from Sandal Street and Cornwall Road near Waterloo Station.
Five-minute school breaking news protest.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Really, really nice to meet you. Thanks
thank
so
you.
much for your answers.
Cheers, Chody. Thank you.
Amazing.
Good work, man.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Lovely, lovely answers. So he said it. I asked him, why is there a counter protest? He said, well, it's a bit confusing because they want the same thing as this side. So make it make sense. Make it make sense. Guys, let me know how the internet is. Let me know if it's good, if it's a bit dodgy. Let me know how... Okay. Let's show you what's happening at the moment. As you can see, the flags out there, colorful, bright in the sky. It's winter, but they've got the flags out there, shining in the sky, making it shine bright like a diamond. The reds, the whites, and the blues. Let's get it. Let's get it. Right over here, we can see the pledge. Is that the pledge? I'm sorry. Is that the pledge? What's that? It says thepledge.org UK. Read it, sign it, share it. I'm sharing it already.
Thank you very much.
Love. Let's go.
Exactly. You got us last time on video crossing the bridge. We're back again from Southend on Sea.
Welcome back.
Get Tommy out.
I've got questions for you. Actually, 3 questions.
Yeah, man.
One question is, why
Steve,
are you here?
I'm here because I'm supporting Tommy Robinson, who is the greatest British patriot of our time since Winston Churchill.
Wow.
And what the government has done to him is so wrong. It's disgusting. He's a political prisoner. Just for not giving over his phone code. It's disgusting.
Wow, that's a powerful answer. So what does Tommy stand for?
Tommy stands for the British people, for fairness, equality, patriotism, equality, and the truth.
Wow, love. I like that. So what message have you got for the people at home?
The people at home, get off your sofas, stop looking at YouTube, get on the marches, come and support us. Come and support us on these marches. We need you here.
Last question, very last question. So I hear there's a counter-protest. What do you think about that? Counter-protest?
I don't understand the counter-protest to something that I believe is so right. I don't understand it, but the left trying to protest against anything that we do, calling us far-right hooligans. Look around. I see no hooligans here. I see no far-right people. All I see is people who love their country and are standing up for what they believe in.
Perfect answer.
Lovely.
Love. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, see you in a bit. Yo, another brother. Listen. Another brother from another mother.
Very well put, sir.
Yeah, my bro.
I'd give you a night if I was King of England. You're a true treasure, sir.
Woo!
I shall be a lord.
Lord Shady. Yeah, thank you, mate.
No worries.
Alright.
That's alright. That's okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Shalom. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai.
Free the political prisoners! Free Tommy Robinson! Oh, Tommy Robinson! Oh, Tommy Robinson! Nearly.
Someone win again.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Ah, my man!
Hey.
This is a boy, mate.
This is a boy. Family time.
Boy, I love your stuff, mate.
I've got questions for you, sir.
Yeah, go on.
So, why are you here today and what do you hope to achieve?
Why we're here today is we're against the totalitarian state, we're against the WEF, we're against everything that they're controlling our freedom, everything. That's why I'm here today. All my pals here, we're all from South London. Like this guy, do you know what? It's everything.
Amazing.
All our kids here don't realise where we're going. We're here today because they want to get rid of everything. They want to get rid of our national sovereignty. They want to get rid of our freedom. They want to completely control us. And people need to wake up to what's going on. That's why we come here.
So I hear everyone is going Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Who is Tommy?
Right, Tommy Robinson's Truth Speaker.
Truth Speaker.
Tommy's not far right.
Tommy Robinson is our saviour.
What you said?
He's a saviour.
Boom.
Yes,
guys, you hear
he's
that right?
Definitely a saviour.
So what does he stand for?
He needs to be anointed, not
He stands for freedom. He stands for freedom, everything. Well, Shady, listen to me. I watch all your videos, mate. Respect to this guy, mate. Because you're awake as well. You're awake. Listen, everyone needs to wake up to what's going on, mate. Because I'll tell you what, our children, our future, everything. That's why we come to this.
Yeah.
Okay. They want to erode everything. They want to erode cultures. They want to erode our national sovereignty. They want to completely divide us all. Okay. They want to divide, conquer. That's their plan, mate.
Yeah. Okay. Enough is enough. Thank you, my bro. God bless you.
I love your shows, mate.
Absolutely love it.
Respect. Can I have a picture of you?
Absolutely.
Take a
Please.
picture.
Urban Scoop Stream, what's that? I don't know what that. Oh, I can't hear the bad audio.
It's the week of the demonstration as well. It's all a little bit last minute.
Oh, you
The
can't hear it.
prisoner have been blocking his family members' phone numbers, so he's not been able to ring home. It's all a little bit up in the air. He must be struggling a hell of a lot more, but to know that there's tens and tens of thousands of people on the streets of central London that are actually supporting him and coming out to demonstrate in his cause, that he's isolated in a prison. I mean, a person of a crime like that, they should be in prison for, it's a category D offence. It's not even that, it's a civil matter. He should be in an open prison where he's been able to get released on temporary licences, rottles to go home to his family weekly, monthly. But, you know, they've got him up the block in Wood Hill, got a complete wing to himself, waste of resources, waste of his time, waste of breath, waste of life. What it's doing to him mentally, I cannot say. It's absolutely ridiculous.
QC TV, is that on YouTube? Thank you, Zion.
Security is everyone's job, but the current security is everyone's job. Security is everyone's job, but the current security toolset has not been built with modern engineering team speed and.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. We are live from West. There he is. Where have you been? How's it going, right?
God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, friend.
He's always here. It's good. We did a talk TV thing together once. It's quite nice. He's not left wing, let's just say. There we go. Taking control of Westminster now. Oh my God, the number of police officers. By the way, there is a well, there's a massive counter protest apparently, according to the left. I don't know how many people are there. Where? Oh yeah. The counter protesters are somewhere. I don't know where they are. I think there might be Trafalgar Square. Yeah, Trafalgar Square. And oh, we got the screen. Where's the actual thing? Oh, so we're here. Oh, thank God. Thank God we're early. So everyone's behind me. We're gonna be here. I can't see the stage itself. I think the stage. Oh, it's there. It's in the middle. The stage is in the middle. At the end, you can see. You just call me ugly. Your YouTube membership has been revoked. He's now been expelled from TCTV. Oh, we got the toilets finally. Although they are dirty. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. I found the Jews finally. The Jews are there, guys. The Jews. They got the Israeli flag there. We got the American flag. Banana Man is with the counter protesters, causing chaos.
Already?
Yeah.
I thought he was leaving them all.
No, Niak is on the other side.
Okay, cool. Niak is covering the counter for us then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it's probably best for me not to go to the left wing side after last time. No. So I'm not allowed. No. We've sent Niak Orban, we've sent the Banana Man. It's fine. There we go. Look at that screen. So that will help. I hope the speakers are better than last time.
Oh, the speakers.
Because people at the back couldn't hear anything. Mostly because a lot of the speakers don't know how to hold a microphone. So, how hard is it to hold a microphone? So obviously I'll teach them. Yeah, I'll be here. No. Right, so that's the stage. And they're all coming here now, and that's the screen. So you have to make me a promise. I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna come back in about 10 minutes. If you don't watch the rest of it, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna hunt you down.
Resistance GB.
where the stage was, and I suddenly realised the night down here I ain't getting out, so I thought I'd come and film from here, because it's all dead ending down there.
Yeah, I know, I walked up the steps.
Right, I parked up by the theatre. Okay. Let's go see if I can do some money. But I wanted to pop in and have a look as well. Do you know Pat? I've watched the videos, yeah. I'm still friends with the traditional group. Okay. Yeah. I don't know whether he's one of the specific. Yeah, Paz, I was up here with him. He ended up down at the end of the stage, so I don't know whether he's still down here or got out. No, I come up here quite early. I've been up here a few hours. And who we got?
I couldn't believe how much they've blocked off.
I know.
I drove down down by the embankment earlier.
Hi there. Did you know you can perfectly legally, through a government scheme, earn £1 million a year?
Like, YouTube algorithm on the lefties, they hate that, so yeah.
We are gonna go to the front where we can cover this properly for everyone to get to see what's happening. For those of you at home, guys, there's things going on. Also, we've got this brother right beside us as well, guys. Make sure you check him out.
Yeah,
what's your name, brother? Give him a shout. What's your name, bro?
Hi everyone. My name is Mikey Barge, and I have a channel called Audiotopia TV. And we just made a documentary about auditors and exposing police brutality and George Floyd. And
make sure you check him out.
Yeah,
what's your name, brother? Give him a shout. What's your name, bro?
Hi everyone. My name is Mikey Barge, and I have a channel called Audiotopia TV. And we just made a documentary about auditors and exposing police brutality and George Floyd, and also about Julian Assange. So go check that out. It's on my YouTube channel for free. I've spent like a year and a half making it. So it's really well made.
A year and a half on one video.
I know.
A year and a half.
I know. I'll never do that again.
A year and oh my god.
But the quality's up there.
Yeah.
The quality's really there. You can tell I put a lot of time in the sound, the development, and it exposes, basically your smartphone is a weapon. The way that you use your smartphone, sir, is amazing. The police get scared. It's not about making the police scared, but it's your weapon exposing the truth. And the whole documentary is about how,
George Floyd had a knee pressed to his neck for more than 9 minutes, eventually killing him.
Darnella Frazier posted the video she shot with her cell phone to her Facebook page.
She had the presence of mind to whip out her cell phone and video for 9 minutes the demise of George Floyd. So you can see auditors have their place.
In an age of heightened militarization and global surveillance, how can ordinary citizens effectively challenge authority? The solution might be closer than we think, residing right at our fingertips.
Cell phone video of the murder of George Floyd ignited a movement.
The government and the police force like to video the public to see what we're doing, so why can't we video the police?
Enter the self-proclaimed auditors, a new breed of freedom fighters who've made the smartphone their weapon of choice.
Yeah, but look how tight you got them handcuffs. Look how red his wrists are. We made the police take the handcuffs off this young boy.
This man said he stopped us because we were giving him the eye. That sounds like a gang member to me.
The struggle between the establishment and the common person has resonated through the ages.
We need to review Britain's counter-terrorism strategy.
I will be using Section 43 of the Terrorism Act.
I'm
detaining you under the Terrorism Act.
It's a tale that unfolds when power remains unchecked. Unchecked power often brings catastrophic consequences. In the last 5 years, auditors on social media have seen an astronomical rise in popularity. Their videos
It's like David and Goliath. The pebble is the smartphone.
Man went David and Goliath.
Yeah. and the Goliath is the establishment, you know?
Oh, yeah,
And
mad.
they have CCTV cameras all around the world,
Big
right?
brother.
They film you. So when you film them, they don't like it. So this is where we are now. This is the Audiotopia. Yeah? So please check that out and thank you so much because I'm a big fan of your work.
Bro,
what you're
I'm
doing.
gonna jump on Auditophobia and that,
Auditopia. I wrote it
Auditopia.
down as well.
Auditopia.
Yeah.
I work. At the moment I work, bro. I had to go find a job because it's impacting people. Right now, I don't care about the views anymore. I don't care about the revenue. I'm like, is it revenue, bro? I can find a job. It's okay. Yeah, so for me, it's the truth. People hear the truth live. That's why I do this.
This is what you're meant to be doing. I can tell by the people, and that's my channel as well. Cause I wrote it down over here. Oh, sorry. One day I'll get business cards.
Are you on Instagram?
Only my personal one. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm Shady Shay. Like,
I'm trying to find you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
I'm Mikey.
We can chat in it, bro. We can link up your collab.
Expose police brutality, social injustice, and provide educational insights into legal rights and common law accessible to all.
Shady, you know this thing, Shady. Oh, yeah.
Let's get it. Sorry, sir. Can you say that?
Hey, gonna be on Shady's channel. Don't edit that out.
Stop
mate.
it.
Don't edit that out.
Stop it. Can you say that again? You said Shady, I what? This is Shady, I love.
I love your channel.
Woo!
I love your
Come
channel. Everyone
on.
loves your channel, mate. Everyone does.
Listen, I'm gonna bust it down.
Watch you all the time.
I'm gonna bust it down.
Watch you all the time.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
God
mate.
bless. One love.
Yeah, for Tanya.
Yeah, we can go and have a sit down there, and for me as well.
Yeah, well, you want to sit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can stand there if you want, but if you want...
No, I don't mind. I don't mind whatever.
And next we have, to open up today's event, she's a Hamas terrorist attack survivor. Miss Tao, heart up, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause, come on!
Big ups.
Shalom London!
That's it. Well, Marty, if you take away day. Right, take away day. Oh, it's how you do him. Yeah.
You come from Gibraltar, mate?
Even got the grannies out there. Heck yeah. Shout out to the grannies holding it down. They have not found Ali yet. I don't think so. Don't think so.
Did you hear us sing when we love Israel?
Ah, cool.
Did you like it? Did you hear it? Yeah.
You right though, yeah?
Yeah, no more good to you.
Should offset.
undies.
If you want to completely replace your income in 4...
Hello, darling. I'm just, let me just have a little, get something off my chest as I'm thinking about all this, and then we'll talk properly. But I'm sat here. I'm, what way to enter 2025, but I'm entering my 3rd month of solitary confinement within Woodhill Prison. After 42 days, they had to go to the government after 42 days of isolation. So whose decision is it? Because I know people get frustrated with the prison. It's not the prison. All decisions to do with me, nothing to do with the jail. They're coming from the government. That was I had to give a written response to my opinion on my isolation. After 42 days, it was going to the government for them to continue doing it. So I wrote my written response, which said, this doesn't have to happen. When I come in here, I sat down with a psychiatrist, and I said to her, what's 9 months of solitary confinement going to do to me? She said it's going to be devastating for your mental health. So I said, so why are they doing it? And 2 weeks ago, this week, I sat down. Every 2 weeks, I have a meeting with the governors, and the mental health team are there. Psychiatrists are there, mental health, probation, independent monitoring board. They're all there every 2 weeks because I have to have it because I'm on solitary confinement. And this week, I said, I'm going to say this because I feel different. I'm telling you, I know how I feel. I feel different. I know I'm only 2 months in. So why am I still being held in solitary confinement? Why am I not in a DCAT prison? And there's a mental health team there. I said, let me just ask you, is this good for me? She said, no. I said, how bad is it? Because I know how bad it is because I remember what happened last time. So I said, so why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? And I'm a civil offender, so I got 18 months, which is insane anyway, for playing a film that they said wasn't in the public's interest. Well, I think it's on 115 million views. It certainly was in the public's interest, yeah? But they sentenced me to 18 months. Now, as a civil offender, you go to an open prison. What's the difference between that and how I'm being held? When open prison, you get a job outside. You have a car. You go to work. You go stay at home 5 days a month. You have town visits with your family. So that is the only prison you go to for committing civil offences. Yet I'm shipped to a maximum security jail housing the worst Muslim gangs and jihadists in the country. And then they use that then to say you have to go on solitary confinement. And what is solitary confinement? Well, rapists and terrorists are not on solitary confinement. Jihadists aren't. Axel, who done his little stabbing spree, the Muslim lad, I was in Belmarsh on solitary confinement. He was 2 cells above me on healthcare. He's got a job. So they're not under solitary confinement. What day is it today? It's Thursday. My routine tomorrow, Friday. At 8:30, because people say, yeah, I've got the gym. I have got the gym. So at 8:30 in the morning, I'll get collected for the gym. I'll get taken over to another 8 empty unit. I'm on a wing with 16 cells. It's just me. Yeah. Then I get taken through 19 sets of doors to another unit. It's a high security, maximum security unit where I'm allowed to use a gym. I'm on my own. So they lock me in a little small gym area. So I go there on my own. They lock me in a gym. I work out. Yeah, I'll do an hour run. I'll go on the bike for an hour. And then I bang the door. And then they'll open the door and they'll bring me outside. And then there's like an exercise yard. So I'll walk around that on my own. I'll do 40 minutes on my own. Yeah. And I'll have that. And then they'll bring me in. Then they'll bring me in. I'll go in the shower room. Luckily, on my own. Yeah? On my own in the shower room. But that's my routine. And then at 11:30, I'm put back in my cell. And then from 11:30 till the next morning, I'm sat in my cell. So 21 hours a day, I sit on that bed. Now, I wouldn't be moaning. I don't want people to feel sorry for me, but the injustice of it all is this shouldn't be happening. Why shouldn't it be happening? Because that's mental torture. Google solitary confinement. It's a decision that that their own mental health teams in here have said will be devastating for my mental health. Yet the government are making a decision to hold me in these conditions for 9 months. I asked this week, how long will I be held like this? 9 months. So you're not going to send me to an open prison? Why not? Why not? And what's the difference? See, when I got sentenced in Belmarsh, when I got to prison, everyone who goes to jail now, because the prisons are full, everyone gets 60% off. Not me. I wasn't allowed 60% off. So everyone does. Everyone. I'm in every single prison. Because I'm not a criminal offender. I'm a civil offender, so I shouldn't even be in it. I'm not a criminal offender, so
Hi all, hope you're all okay. I don't know if you've seen Priti Patel's interview or not, but it was terrible. I've done videos in the past saying that such a politician has given a car crash interview. This was the Hindenburg disaster of all political interviews, with Harry Cole from The Sun on the Never Mind the Ballots podcast, which is actually quite good, in which she defended herself and her friend Boris Johnson for letting so many immigrants into the country. She said they were only the best and the brightest that were allowed in. We now know that isn't true, because the people who came into the country around that time over the next few years are going to be costing the taxpayers $35 billion. If you're the best and the brightest, you would have a good job, a career, you'd be a net contributor to the economy rather than someone who takes out of the system, whether that be social housing or benefits or any other way. And in a continuation of this disastrous, well, I call it an immigration policy. We don't really have an immigration policy, do we? It's just let everybody in. We've now learned that in the last quarter of last year, 15,000 visas were given to people to go and work in the NHS and go and work in social care. But what's more startling is that that resulted in 60,000, 4 times the amount, 60,000 visas being given to those people's family members.
These are the people who contextualize, excuse and legitimize the slaughter, the rape, the butchery, the beheading, the burning and the abduction of men, women and children. And the only thing I know to do is to play dead on my side. And every time he plunges that machete into me, I can hear my bones crunch. And the only thing I know to do is to play dead. So I tried not to move. I kept my eyes open. And in front of me, I watched the most scarring and unforgettable sight of a woman hacked to pieces before my eyes. They leave, and I have one last goal in life. My commission is to die. Nearer where I parked the car so the police can find my body, and after a struggle, I managed to stand. I turn my back on what is left of my friend, and step by step, I begin to walk. I have 13 machete wounds, over 30 broken bones, snapped ribs, a collapsed lung, a crushed sternum, a dislocated shoulder, a broken shoulder blade, splinters in my lungs, a sliced diaphragm, and in that state I walked over a mile and found help. In this very, very dark story, I have a little bit of hope. In that initial scuffle with these terrorists, I managed to pull out my penknife and stab one in the nuts. And due to that stabbing, the police were able to apprehend the terrorist because of his DNA on my sleeve. The good news is that they were sentenced and arrested. And as I speak, I'm waiting to hear if my would-be killers are going to be released for our hostages. The other bad news that I want you people to know about is for the last 14 years, your taxes have been sent to the Palestinian Authority, who are rewarding these terrorists with a monthly murder salary. Listen up, London. I'm going to get to that. Listen. Listen to me. Listen to me, please. It is unkind and untrue and unhelpful to say all Muslims are machete-wielding murderers. It was a Muslim doctor in Israel who used a scalpel to save my life. Likewise, it is unkind and helpful and untrue to say all Muslims groom and rape children. Not all perpetrators of grooming and rape are brown-skinned Pakistani men, and not all victims are white English children. At its core, what is happening in this country is not about race or nationality. Sexual slavery, which is what is happening, is in the foundational texts of 7th century Islam. Jihad is a campaign of aggression waged by Muslims against non-Muslim peoples to make them submit to Islam. Islam does not mean peace, it means submission. The sexual slavery of non-Muslim children in this country, at its core, is part of jihad. Jihad shuts down free speech. Jihad sneaks in the back door of the House of Commons and demands blasphemy laws. Jihad marches round the corner under foreign terrorist flags with a battle cry to globalize the intifada. And the route of that intifada passes through an arena in Manchester, London Bridge, and the London Underground. No one knows in this country the exact number of child sex slaves. But in a way, that doesn't matter as much as knowing their names. Numbers don't nest in our hearts, but names do. Names conjure up faces. And in Israel, we know the face of every single hostage. Their posters are everywhere. We have yellow ribbons tied around trees. We have yellow ribbons in football teams. They wear as armbands. Our broadcasters wear yellow badges. And in every public building in Israel, there is an empty yellow chair, and also in Parliament itself. If the posters of your children, your sex slaves, were on billboards in Bradford, in pubs in Rochdale and Rotherham, on tubes in London and Oldham, on taxis in Telford, and in every court, police station and kebab shop in this country, your child sex slaves will become household names, and they will become part of this nation's consciousness. Names of the victims could be on a banner rolling across the bottom of the screen at the likes of the BBC, Sky News and Channel News. Just think if every MP, every baroness, every local councillor, the Lord Mayor of London and the Prime Minister himself would wear a dog tag like this, which instead of saying, "My heart is held captive in Gaza," it would say, on one side there'll be a Union Jack, and on the other side it would say, "I will make our children safe again." London, people of Britain, to fight this fight, you need to get behind honourable, wonderful warrior Muslims like Raja Maya. Raja has been fighting for 6 years to expose the Labour cover-ups. The Labour Party is protecting groomers and gang rapists to get the Muslim votes. You need to promote the voices of Iranian dissidents and platform fearless, outspoken Muslim apostates. You need to make the name of Salwan Momika, an apostate Christian, but an Iraqi refugee in Sweden, who was known for his public demonstrations of burning the Quran, and he was murdered a few days ago by outraged jihadists. Let me tell you this. I understand outrage. I understand the outrage. I too am outraged at the terror which shredded my life. Not only did I lose my friend, I lost my health, my anonymity, my home, peace of mind, restful nights, routine, income, the dignity to provide myself, my vocation, the ability to enjoy the mundane, a pain-free existence, and my mental health. Yes, I am outraged, but I did not go running after Muslims, pouncing on them, tying them up, and hacking them to death. Outrage is a choice. You have a choice as how you can behave. It's a choice between a machete or a scalpel. And so I tell you, good people of London, and I can see you all, it is incumbent on you, Christians, Jews, Sikhs, Buddhists, Muslims in this country who held in the highest esteem British law. You have to continue to choose the ethical and cultural superiority of Western civilization over 7th century Islam. The alternative, and there's no middle ground, the alternative is to side with the people marching round the corner. They would be the deranged and the depraved who express their outrage by ripping down posters of babies held captive in tunnels. These people around the corner, these are the people who excuse the murder of a refugee because he burned a book of those who persecuted him. These are the people who contextualize, excuse, and legitimize the slaughter, the rape, the butchery, the beheading, the burning, and the abduction of men, women, and children on October the 7th from the farms and villages in the state of Israel. And this is my hope, because I have been wrong. And some of you may believe that this country is over. I've been wrong many times. I'll be wrong again. But I'm here to tell you, if you think this country is over, you could be wrong. I was asked to guide Tommy Robinson in Israel. Frankly, I wasn't really relishing the fact of taking around my country a white, racist, neo-Nazi, goose-stepping, swearing thug. I was right about the swearing, but I was wrong about everything else. I was also wrong about Israel. Those first days after October the 7th, I wondered if we would survive. But I'm telling you, out of this barbarity, we are living again. And where there is life, there is always hope. And I've been wrong about myself. Given the unadulterated terror that I experienced, I never thought that I would ever be able to leave my room again. Hello, London. And here I am, after thinking I could never face anyone again because the terror was so deep. Here I am, just chilling out with tens of thousands of British patriots, with my back to the Prime Minister of this United Kingdom. So, London, just to conclude, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to say to the people on the march over there with their terrorist flags, it's been very healing for me to take a little time out of my busy schedule of genocide and talk to you all today. So, just remember, London, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Shalom!
Let's have an absolutely massive round of applause for Tao, a real hero of free speech. And I want to very quickly think about Salwan Mamika. Salwan Mamika had a rather unusual hobby. He burned Qurans on a regular basis. Salwan Mamika was a hero of free speech, and I want to call for this entire crowd to fall silent for 1 minute for a hero of Western civilization and a hero of free speech. Let's have a massive cheer for Salwan Mamika. And now I would call for everybody to go into a hushed silence for 1 minute as we bow our heads and remember that hero of free speech, Salman. Let's have a minute's silence starting now. Let's have a massive round of applause for Salwan Mimika. And we want the Tommy Robinson movement, the Unite the Kingdom movement. We want everybody to remember the name of Salwan. So I want everybody in the crowd to start chanting, Salwan, Salwan, Salwan. Salwan, 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 Salwan. And we're going to let the killers, the psychopathic religious extremists that killed Salwan know we will never forget the names of the heroes of freedom, but we will despise your name forever who killed freedom and who killed Salwan. Thank you very much. And now, a slight change of tone. We've got the broadcaster, the writer, and the editor of The Conservative Woman. Give it up for Kathy Gingle.
My name is Kathy Gingle. I edit a website called The Conservative Woman Defending Freedom. That is why I am here today, to defend freedom. One person's freedom in particular. Even closer, sorry. Should it be down a bit? Is that better? Sorry, everybody. I'm managing the mic. I'm not very used to this. The person's freedom who I'm defending is right now behind locked doors in cruel, solitary confinement. And for what? To call for Tommy Robinson's freedom and immediate release. For his immediate release and an end to this travesty of justice. I am here to condemn those behind this shocking and unprecedented sentence. To condemn those who weaponize contempt of court to silence him. This is wrong. The last time a journalist was imprisoned for contempt of court was in 1963. 2 journalists for 3 months and 6 months. Never, ever with solitary confinement. Tommy is a victim, you all know, of 2-tier justice. 18 months in solitary confinement for a civil offence is obscene and above all wrong. Today, I am speaking for the many people I know who also know it's obscene and wrong, but who are too afraid to speak out. The far-right label is a very, very effective way of shutting otherwise decent people up. Jordan Peterson was right. And I ask, who is responsible for that? The Daily Mail, the Telegraph, and politicians who should know better. They may choose not to recognise Tommy's unwavering commitment to revealing the grooming gang atrocities. They may choose not to like him. They may choose not to have anything to do with him. That's up to them. But letting smears become an excuse for backing him up is just plain wrong. It's time they were told, and I call on them now to stop it, to open their eyes to the biggest travesty of justice of this century in this country. And to join our campaign to free him now.
Come on, big round of applause for Kathy. It's not easy up here. We want Tommy out! 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 And you know what? That is exactly what we want. We're not just here to stop the isolation. We are here because we want Tommy Robinson free from that jail cell. No more solitary, no more mucking around. Get Tommy out of jail now, and every other political prisoner in there to retweet and Facebook post the went against the Starmer regime. No more. And next on Urban Scoop, I thought Liam Gallagher's pointing down here on this mic. One of Urban Scoop's favourites, Mr. Danny Roscoe, let's go! Come on, London! Right. For too long, they've tried to divide us. They've tried to silence us. They've stripped away our culture, but today that ends. Because we want our country back isn't just a slogan, it's a battle cry. This land is ours. It was built by giants, by warriors, by men and women who shaped the modern world. And now it's our turn. For our children, for their future. You see our borders, they are wide open. We are being invaded by thousands upon thousands of unvetted, undocumented men, and we have illegal immigrants living like kings, while our veterans, the men who have bled for this country, sleep on the streets. There is 40,000 people on the terror watch list, Islamists walking amongst us, while every day mothers fear for their children's safety. That is the UK that the establishment wants to hide from the world. The West, we once stood for free speech, but now today's dissenters are either censored, deplatformed, jailed, or worse. And again, rest in peace, Salwan. Tommy Robinson, though, he has been in solitary confinement for months because he told the truth. We are here, stop the isolation, free Tommy Robinson, or at the least give him his visits. But it's not just about Tommy. We are here for every political prisoner who has been punished for telling the truth. People like Wayne O'Rourke. He shared the truth. He exposed the illegal invasion. He said some hurting words, granted, but he called out the government's lies, and now he also is in prison for over 2.5 years, while paedophiles and Muslim grooming gangs walk free. Britain has been betrayed by Sir Keir Starmer and the other Sir, Sadiq Khan. They should be charged with treason. But who pays for this betrayal? Because it's not the politicians, it's not the people in their gated communities, it's not even the elites with their private security. It's you, it's me, it's our families, our children. So I demand a few things, ladies and gentlemen. Close down the borders and let the people in. Deport every illegal immigrant starting from those in the hotels. We gotta round them up and kick them out. Deport every foreign criminal in our prison system. Round them up and kick them out. Start the re-migration program for those who refuse to assimilate. If you don't want to be British, you can fuck off back where you came from. I also demand that British jobs are made for British people. British homes are there for British families. Schools, dentists, doctors, GP surgeries, it goes on and on. They all serve the British people first. And I demand a government that puts the British people first and protects us from all our foes. That includes the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, and domestic terrorists like Antifa and Hope Not Hate. And I think UKIP's the one to do this. But now, people, I'm going to leave it with this. I am going to leave it with this. We've got to do this for our family. We've got to do it for our neighbours. We've got to do it for every single man and woman who gives a damn about this country. And if we stand together, if we fight together, there is no force on this earth that can stop us. And today, we begin the fight to take back this country. Help make Europe great again. Free all the political prisoners. Demand a full public inquiry into the devil Peter Lynch. God bless each and every one of you. God bless this nation. And everything we do is for Britain. Thank you.
be a few speakers in and I'm already starting to lose my voice. So if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for you at the back. Let me hear you. Oh, Tommy! Come on! Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to move this on swiftly. There's a lot of speakers today. We have got an ex-reform male candidate, Mr. Howard Cox.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? I'll introduce myself because not many people will know of me, but I stood against that little guy called Sadiq Khan. Always gets a warm welcome. I stood against him for Reform UK. I was asked to actually stand as London mayoral candidate for Reform because for 15 years I've stopped £200 billion of tax rises on the motorist. Who drives here? Everyone drive? Who drives a diesel? Who drives a petrol? Okay, you know what's coming now. Who drives an electric vehicle? Okay. It's very sad, you know. I stood as London Mayor and we would have got a lot more people in the Assembly if Nigel Farage declared his leadership at that point, but he didn't. He waited until the election, and I stood down in Dover as a potential MP down there, and I came second. I knocked the Tories into third, which is good. After just 3.5 weeks of campaigning, the Labour candidate had 2 years. But anyway, enough of that. I left Reform on a matter of principle, and the matter of principle is very simple. I believe in Reform UK's policies, low taxation, you know, to defend our borders, and all of those things we all agree with. But when I got, just before, about 4 or 5 days before I left, I got a text from a senior Reform headquarters person, very senior, said, if you continue to talk about Tommy Robinson, you will be expelled. Yeah, just dwell on that for a moment. This is supposed to be a party of free speech. And I have said, I'm not having it. So I left. And that's the important thing at the moment in time. I don't believe Reform, and this is an invite to Nigel Farage, Richard Tice. Please, could you sit down and talk with Tommy Robinson and get rid of your bloody differences? I hope you agree with that. And that's what I'm going to keep calling for. I'm sorry, I stand on a matter of principle. I don't care a damn about politicians and their egos. All I care is about free speech. And Tommy must be freed and released from solitary now. And as usual, the mainstream media attack me on this sort of thing because I'm a far-right thug. Do I look like a far-right thug? But the important thing is, what really turned it for me when Richard Tice, in interviews, called that lot. And I'm proud to be that lot. And also, I'm also been called a nut job by certain people. I thought there's a lot of Reform friends. There's a lot of good people there in Reform, and I still think Reform is the best option. We've got to get rid of Starmer. And we've got to get a Tory party that is basically like Margaret Thatcher was running all those years ago. If we got back in a situation like that, that's why the right should get together, sit round a table, get rid of all the differences and destroy Starmer. And stop picking on people like Tommy Robinson, because that man, to me, is a political hero. And the other thing also, we've got this two-tier policing, this two-tier justice. There's loads of people with the hurty words. They should be released as well. They should be, all of their criminal charges should be dropped. They should get an apology. And also, one of the groups I'm supporting big time are the Tooting Four. Have you heard of the Tooting Four? Well, these are the Tooting Four. All they did after the 50th anti-ULEZ protest, they were in Tooting. But Sadiq Khan said they were causing harassment outside his house, which was 500 metres away and he wasn't even there. But these people have been found guilty for harassment after a 50th anti-ULEZ protest. And the Tooting Four, I think some of them are here today, I really would say, can you get behind them? So from my point of view, I'd like to thank, it's a huge honour to be here, and I'm right behind Tommy, and I'm not going away from politics completely, but I'm still fighting for the motorists. Thank you.
Well, what a lovely man Howard is. I don't think 5 minutes was enough. Perhaps he'll come on my podcast so I can pick his brain a little bit further. What do you reckon? Howard comes on the podcast? Yeah. Now, has anybody seen Wendell? Anyone seen him? Another urban scoop legend? He's in disguise, apparently. Anybody seen Wendell? He's just... Wendell! You up, brother? Come on! Give it up for Wendell, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon all. Can you all see me? Big up. Can I begin by saying how great it is for me to be out here today as an English gentleman in my beautiful suit supporting Tommy Robinson. And when I was invited to speak today, those of you who know me will know I've got a big mouth and I can speak for hours. And I was invited to speak to you guys for 2 hours. Can you believe that? But I say, no, I'm only going to do it for 5 minutes because other people have to speak. But I am really proud to be out here today. And I'm being honest, those of you who know me will know that I used to believe that Tommy Robinson was a right-wing racist. And I did. I have no problem in admitting this to thousands and thousands of people, but I did my own research and I found out that Tommy is an English gentleman and he is fighting for this country, and that is so good. I went to Telford, I engaged with Tommy, and Tommy has given me an opportunity to stand before you guys. And you may remember some months ago Tommy called me onto the stage and he invited citizens journalists to support the cause, and I've been doing that. And all of these citizens journalists here today, please give them all a round of applause. Please give them all a round of applause. Without these guys, we will not be able to counter the rubbish being put out by the mainstream media. But I am going to end now, unusually, but please, please make sure, go on your phones now, hit the subscribe button for Urban Scoop. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, and tomorrow I will be at Speaker's Corner on Tommy Robinson's Twitter page from 1 till 4 p.m. If you want to carry on this discussion, let's make sure, look into Speaker's Corner, follow me down at Speaker's Corner, we can have a discussion. But before I do go, can I just have another 1 minute? I'm going to ask these guys and girls, please, please, let's raise the roof of these buildings. Tommy is going to be listening. Tommy is going to be hearing you. Can we sing, oh, Tommy, Tommy? Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Hey, big up, big up, big up. Now I'm back to my camera.
What a guy. Oh, I wish I'd have had the initiative to take the mic out of the stand earlier. I hate standing there. Big love, brother. So we're getting updates from behind stage of the counter-protesters, the lazy left kicking a can about. You know the ones. There's about 500 of them with absolutely nothing to protest against. Who in God's name would want to protest against you, lovely lot? Blows my mind. Anyway, next on stage is the founder of Lotus Caesars and political commentator, Carl Benjamin, ladies and gentlemen, let's go!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for braving the cold February. So, one of the narratives that I hear about Tommy Robinson coming from the media is that Tommy is not a political prisoner. And that is obviously false. Because we are ruled by communists. And we know this because Rachel Reeves put up a picture of a communist in her office. Keir Starmer was a Trotskyist in his youth, and his opinion on things has not changed. And to the communists, everything is political. So every decision that they make is a political act, and every person they arrest is a political decision, which is why the Southport rioters are also political prisoners. One of the main problems that we have at the moment is a lack of really good leadership. You'll notice that Tommy Robinson is brought up to Nigel Farage as a weapon by the media, because they know that Mr. Farage has not got a good response to them. And so what Nigel does is insults and denigrates Tommy for the pleasure of the media, which is very foolish because many of his supporters are also supporters of Tommy Robinson. And so what the media is doing, and Farage is allowing to be done to him, is to sow division in his own base and split and make trouble for the people who support reform. What he ought to be doing is stepping over the issue. And when they bring up Tommy Robinson to him, Nigel should be on the attack. He should say, well, hang on a second, why does Tommy Robinson even exist? Whose failures have led to Tommy Robinson being a person we have to talk about? If it wasn't for the fact that the rape gangs had been covered up by the media, by the politicians, by the councils, by the police, if it wasn't for these people all being complicit, looking who's interviewing him dead in the eye and accusing them too, Tommy Robinson would not be here with us. And so Nigel Farage could easily win all of these arguments by saying, I have come here to make sure that Tommy Robinson can retire, by making these problems resolve themselves with justice. Fortunately, Nigel does have good people around him. I've noticed that even Lee Anderson has been speaking quite stridently recently, but I'd like to give a big shout out to Rupert Lowe for providing the moral leadership that is required in this country. And one last thing that really I do find frustrating is the lack of attack on every single one of their narratives. We have a great example in our friends in America. Do not give them an inch. Pick a topic that is important to the British people, polarize it, and win on it. The obvious thing to do in Britain is to look at the polls. 70% of people are against immigration now, so Nigel Farage could easily win on this subject. This is what they should be doing, and for some reason, they're not. Anyway, I will, of course, try and keep it brief because it's very quiet, very cold. But thank you all so much for coming. I'm genuinely shocked at the impressive turnout that we have had. Godspeed.
Another wonderful man. So we're going to have a song, and whilst the music's playing, the charity buckets are going to come round, and all those donations go towards Urban Scoop, and they help families that are going through similar problems that Tommy is and his family, all those political prisoners, banged up, unjust. They always start the music when I'm speaking. You get the picture. And there's also going to be some hats coming round for sale. So hats and buckets and music. And then we got Maya Tusi coming on the stage. Cancelled by around. Tusi TV. Winning every single day. And us. and driving the truth through YouTube via 2C TV. It's been a long day. Ladies and gents, Mr. Mayor 2C! Hello. Well, we're back. As you guys know, we're here for Tommy Robinson, but also all the other political prisoners. But before the BBC has a meltdown, no, I'm not talking about those who went to loot the shops and cause trouble like that, but those who were arrested for protesting, those who were protested for standing on a pavement and observing a protest, and those who posted a meme on social media. We are there for them. But I would like to talk about the hypocrisy of the liberal establishment, not just in the United Kingdom, but on an international level. It's not just this government behind me. Our so-called allies, Justin Trudeau, Emmanuel Macron, all the liberal countries, the hypocrisy of the international allies. They are very vocal when it comes to condemning you, because your views are extremist. They get involved, they interfere in our politics. But they don't say anything when the Taliban take over Afghanistan. They don't talk about. They say it's their country. They say when the Gazans, the Palestinians, overwhelmingly voted for Hamas, that's democracy. That's their sovereign right. It's fine. When al-Jilani and his Islamist minions and nutters take over Syria, Justin Trudeau's government, Emmanuel Macron's government, all of them, they go and shake hands with him. It's a sovereign right. But the United Kingdom, the British people, having views, oh, they should interfere. They have every right to interfere. But the hypocrisy goes further. Let's talk about Salwan. Salwan Momika, a Christian refugee from Iraq, a genuine refugee and asylum seeker. The liberal left, who claim that all refugees are welcome here. Not Salwan. The Swedish government let him down. The Americans were supposed to be helping him, took their time. This is the problem that we have. It's an international problem, and I'm glad, again, to see all the different flags, the American flags, the Iranian flags, of course the Israeli flags, and all the others as well. We're all in it together. But it's also about you guys. I want to say thank you to every single person who's been patient, who is here in the cold, came all the way from across the countries, played some people from across the world. You guys who are furious, but still peaceful. You show your strength in numbers. And it's about you. Without you guys, Tommy couldn't continue what he's doing. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here. I'll probably be in jail in Iran. Probably deserve it. But I love you all. I was going to say, my heart goes out to you all, but my fiancé said I can't say it. Apparently you're not allowed to say my heart goes out to you all. So my heart would stay right here. Not moving, stay right here. Now, I did also say, obviously, the last few times we were here, I preached. I told you guys, we have a crisis of birth rate and demographics. The Anglo-Saxon Christians need to start having babies. The British patriots need to start having babies. Afterwards, everyone said, what about you? Well, I finally done it. My fiancé is here. We're getting married in a few months. And we're going to have a lot of mini 2C TVs. Little ones. Thank you again for everything. And as usual, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to 2C TV. I'm Myers 2C, and we are the media. Anybody that's got big big enough balls to go and speak at Speaker's Corner and debate anyone that's prepared to stand in front of them gets big respect from me. So I want to welcome on stage a brave Christian lady with bigger balls than most, Shalini. Come on, let's hear it for Shalini, big balls.
Thank you. I thank God and I thank the team for inviting me to speak on the stage. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, Tommy Robinson, if he's watching or if he's allowed to watch, that you are never alone. We all are with you. We will fight this fight together. We are never alone. And we want to make this country, Great Britain, great again. Can we hear from Tommy Robinson? Can we hear? Oh, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy Robinson. Hey, Tommy Robinson. Thank you. I just want to say, you know, this country is a country based on Christian values. This country belongs to the people who wants to live in this country with freedom of right, freedom of religion, freedom of cultural values, and this country embraces every faith, every religion. But my dear friends, there are some politicians and the wicked and evil people in this country who are sitting on the post, on the position, and they are there to destroy this country. Those politicians need to be thrown down, and we need the politicians who work for the welfare of the country. It's time to rise up and save your children, save your families, save your daughters, save your wives, save your mother from the vicious, evil
than
happens, how it's going down. Come and support out here. That's what it's about. How you doing? You alright? Let's see. Big man. Yeah, that's my guy, isn't he? How you doing, bro? You good? Nice to meet you, man. Love your work.
Oh, here he is, look. That's good, alright, mate?
Not too bad. That was a good interview you did. You were stuck. Yeah, you put me on the spot, though. Bro, I was walking, you just told me, like, yo, shit, you come through. Ask me a question, I was like, I'm on live stream. I had to answer. You were good, you good. People like it.
Visit all scheduled and was ready to go. As I was getting on the plane, we're getting ready to get on the plane, yeah.
But it's the cult and evil and wicked, vicious acts behind the name of religion. So my dear friends, we stand together with Tommy Robinson. And Tommy Robinson, we love you. You are never alone. And I just want to say, Tommy Robinson, may God bless you. May God keep his face shine upon you. May God be gracious unto you. And may God keep his countenance upon you. And may God give you peace. This is for Tommy Robinson. You are never alone. We all are together with you. And we will fight this fight together. In the name of Jesus Christ, we will get this country back on its feet and back from the wicked, evil politicians who are sitting on the post. Wicked, evil politicians who are sitting in this post, and they are only for the destruction of the country. They are not for the welfare of the country. So my dear friends, this country embraces everyone. This country welcomes everyone. And it's time that we see that we don't backstab this country. So we love this country. We are standing for this country. And we pray. I just want to pray for the people of this country and for the whole country. That, the Lord is our shepherd and we shall not want. We will not lack nothing. He makes us to lie down in green pastures. He restoreth our soul. He makes us to walk in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. And in the Bible it says, even though we walk through the valley of the shadow of the death, we will fear no evil. Fear is from the devil. We are not for fear. Fear is from the devil. But, love is from God. And we will fear no evil. And God will make your enemies. God will prepare a table in the presence of our enemies. And God will anoint our head with oil. And surely goodness and mercy will follow thee all the days of our life. And we will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Blessed is the nation whose Lord is God. And we thank you. Thank you, Robinson. Tommy Robinson, you are never alone. We love you and we stand with you forever and ever. Thank you.
Well, that would be a very difficult one to follow, wouldn't it? I'm going to give a couple of announcements and then I'm going to bring my very good friend, Peter McElvenna from Heart to Vote. But first, before I do that, and if the cameras can get on this, there's a very special event taking place on the 22nd of March this year, and it's called For the Children. There'll be a lot of details out. If you've got these leaflets in the crowd, please scan the QR code, get to the Facebook page, join the Facebook page, and let's get tens of thousands of British patriots standing for our children on the 22nd of March 2025. Now, I want you to give an absolutely massive welcome to Peter McElvenna. Peter has been walking this walk for 20 years. He's done a lot in the background. He put his face out there about 7 years ago with Hearts of Oak. His channel's absolutely fantastic. He'll tell you where the social media is. Give a massive round of applause for my friend and your friend, Peter McElvenna.
Thank you, Richard. Great to see so many patriots here today. And no matter if you've only come across Tommy a month ago or 10 years ago, this is your family. This is the people who will stand with you. These are the people that Tommy has brought together who will speak truth into every situation. So welcome to your new family if you're new to this. You are all enemies of the state. So, and some of us know what that is like, others don't, but we know we will stand firm because we know what we stand for. I first met Tommy 16 years ago. We launched Hearts of Oak 5 years ago. 10 minutes that way, Tommy spoke, as did Carl Benjamin and others. And I went to see him in prison a couple of weeks ago with Gerard Batten, as I did to Belmarsh before, never having been to prison, except when I visit Tommy Robinson. Of course, I did have to sign an NDA because I wanted to spend time with him and to cheer him up. And he actually cheered Gerard and I up because he knows what is happening out here with Elon Musk and the support that he has. So, how did everyone feel on the 1st of January when you saw Free Tommy Robinson on X, on Twitter? What a moment! Now, I could tell you all about how broken our society is. Rape gangs acted with impunity for 6 years. Nearly a quarter of a million children's lives snuffed out every year in the name of convenience. Sexualization of our children in every area of society. Acceptance of a brutal and destructive ideology based on a man who may or may not have lived 1400 years ago in Saudi Arabia. Anyone know what man I'm talking about? Beginning with M, I think, and Mr. Mohammed. Our culture and society has been overwhelmed by an immigration tsunami. Absolute truth is rejected. We need something. And Tommy knows all these issues, and he has fought against all these issues and spoken truth into them. And that's why you're here. We need a vision for this country, and it's not Reform UK at the moment. Maybe in the future, but not now. And I want to talk about Christian nationalism, the promotion of Christian values in society. Christian nationalism is hope for our nation. It's a society based on biblical principles. But Christianity is Christ. It's following Jesus. You take Christ out of Christian and you're left with Ian. Now, Ian's not going to do much for you, so I'd like to see Christ back in Christianity. And Christianity is clearly defined, unlike British values. British values, we hear of democracy. Well, how has that place worked for you and me? Parliament, it hasn't. What about rule of law? We now live in a lawless society. Do you trust the police or the courts? I don't. Individual liberty, that has slipped away during lockdown and has continued and is now completely destroyed. What about mutual respect? The only thing we are told to respect is Islam and every culture except ours. What about tolerance? That means an acceptance of error, and I don't subscribe to that. British values are subjective, but biblical values are absolute, and they will show us how to live. The fact that we are made in the image of God, the fact that we are told that God created each of us in the womb, I mean, that should end the abortion industry. Do you know the WHO tells us induced abortion is a simple and common health care procedure. How is it health care? 3 out of every 10 pregnancies end in abortion. That's 60 million deaths every year. It is illegal to pray outside an abortion clinic. And how can we have 170 accident and emergency departments, but 300 abortion departments? We have more death centres than health centres. And I know Calvin was speaking at one of these events, and I won't give my heart out to you as he did, but you know what I mean. We are made in the image of God. That means our skin colour is irrelevant, our background, our ethnicity. We are all made in the image of God, and every one of us has unique value. What about the God created us male and female? Do you know, this is now LGBTQI month. I don't know if you knew, but this is the first of 28 long days where we celebrate the sexual madness of LGBTQI. It's a month of sexual perversion that reigns in our nation and seeks to destroy the family. Do you know what LGBTQI should really stand for? Let's go break the queer ideology. That's what I would suggest. Let's rename these things. Let's have some fun. It's an evil and destructive ideology that must be destroyed. Now, President Trump is going to destroy it there. We need that same justice here. But can I just finish? We are each here for a reason. In Ephesians it says, we are created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance to do. Every single one of us has a purpose. Every single one of us were created for a reason. We need to make sure and find out what this do. Part of the reason is because you're here, because you want to have freedom. You want your country back. I'll leave you with a quote. Mark Twain said the two most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. We need to find out why. Tommy knows why he was born, and that is to speak truth in every section of society. Can I just finish to ask you this week to take time? Many of you have written to Tommy. Many of you have talked to family members and colleagues about how Tommy is and what he is doing. Can I ask you to just take a moment this week and pray for Tommy? It's something each of us can do. Many of us here actually believe in a God. You may believe in the God of the Bible. Pick another one. But I want you to pray this week and pray for Tommy, for courage, for protection, for safety, that he will get out quickly, that Elon Musk's support of him will free him. And can I ask you to pray that we see our politicians turn around and accept Tommy is a hero and to have a change in our parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter McElvena. A couple of announcements. First one is, if there's buckets in the crowd, if you can start passing all the buckets back to the front of the crowd, because we want to get that money in before it disappears and goes into those white police vehicles at the back of the crowd. We don't want it going there, we want it going into here. So bring the buckets up. If you haven't put money in the buckets, do it now. And we're going to introduce a song by Tracy Chapman called Talking About... Tommy's isolation. I want to end Tommy's isolation by freeing Tommy Robinson. We want Tommy out. 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 Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is a political prisoner. Tommy Robinson isn't in prison in isolation because of contempt of court. And this is what the prison governor said. She said Tommy is in isolation because of his ideology, because of what he believes. And let me tell you something today. I believe what Tommy believes. You believe what Tommy believes. And the whole country believes what Tommy Robinson believes. You see, for years, our politicians have cowered in the corner. They've been terrified of upsetting the Islamic community in the United Kingdom. Tommy never had such a fear, and neither do you. Tommy Robinson stood against the rape jihad in the United Kingdom. So do I, and so do you. Tommy Robinson warned about and stood against the Islamization of the United Kingdom. So do I, and so do you. And when there were jihadist attacks, who was it that was highlighting the mosques where those monsters came from? It was Tommy Robinson. Now, Suella Braverman, she said a very interesting thing a couple of weeks ago. She said, in 20 years, the United Kingdom will be an Islamic state. To quote Margaret Thatcher, we say, no, no, no. Our country, our beautiful Christian country, is never going to be an Islamic state because we're going to take it back. And how do we do that? How do we do that? Well, we take it back by focusing on three things. And the first one has been spoken about a lot today. The first thing that we're going to focus on is spirituality. This country is a Christian country, and it's going to stay a Christian country forever. The next thing we need to focus on is the ideology of our movement. And I'm going to give you a web address that I want you all to go to. I want all the cameramen to get this website as well. I want you to go to a website called thepledge.org.uk. Give a round of applause for the pledge if you signed it. And if you've signed it, I want to ask you to get all your friends and family to sign it, because that is one of the pieces of the jigsaw that will bring our country back and save our country. And finally, we need a political solution. How many people here think the Conservative Party is the solution? How many people here think the Labour Party is the solution? How many people here think reform's the solution? There's only one party at the moment that represents all of our views and all of our values, and it's UKIP. UKIP at the minute is the only party that represents the British people and is taking a stand. And I want to echo Nick Tenconi's words. What we're going to do with the illegals, we're going to deport. The illegal migrants have to go. And I'm going to finish. I know you're all really cold, and we'll ask you all to jump up and down in a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to finish on this. We need to free Tommy Robinson. And we need to jail, arrest, and deport to Pakistan the Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. We will see victory. We will win this battle, and we will see two-tier Keir deposed from power. Thank you very much. Now, before I welcome our next guest, I'm going to ask you all to jump up and down. I know it's stupid. Just move about. Start getting warm again. It's freezing cold. Start moving without anyone getting hypothermia. Do you know how silly you all look? Andrew Bridgen as the next guest. He's a hero of free speech. Let's get him back in the House of Parliament. Give it up for Andrew Bridgen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We stand here today in solidarity, in support of a very, very brave man. An English patriot, a man who believes in justice and truth, a man with principles, a man who knows that principles cost you, a man who's now suffering solitary confinement for his beliefs in truth and justice and principles. That man is Tommy Robinson. And there's no doubt that Tommy Robinson is a political prisoner. Now, what do we think of Keir Starmer? No, you're wrong. He's not that good. He's barely been in office for 7 months. First of all, he came for the old age pensioners and the winter fuel allowance. He came for the farmers. He's come for Tommy Robinson. And with the net zero hoax, the assisted dying bill, the climate and nature bill, he's coming for all of us. Well, he's not going to win. We're going to make this year the year of truth and justice on many matters. And it's not just the politicians who've let you down. The mainstream media have let you down. They let us down all the time with the fake news and the misreporting. Malcolm X was an American civil rights campaigner, and he said that the media, they have the most power in the world because they have the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. And that's what they're doing, and that's what they've done with Tommy Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, stay safe, abide by the rules today, be proud of your country, and let's free Tommy Robinson. Thank you for listening to me.
That's the sort of politician that we want in the House of Parliament, not the rats that are in there now. They've got to go, the Bridgens have got to come. I want to ask the camera guys to zoom in on that QR code. That is the QR code for the pledge. What we want to do is get that on every single social media channel you can get it on, and get people signing the pledge today. Thank you very much. Now we're going to bring Dan from Voice of Wales. He doesn't need an introduction. He's a total legend. He's been fighting for freedom in Wales. Do you know, if you think we got it bad in England, try living in Wales. There's a sign in the audience that says Labour are pants. Dan knows all about how pants Labour are. Give up for Dan from Voice of Wales.
Hello, London. Once again. So, I think the first thing I want to say is, first of all, I'm going to keep it nice and short, which you're probably all going to be pleased to hear because it is freezing. But I want to start with saying something that always impresses me every single time over the number of years that I've been coming to these events is how every single one of you turn out in numbers and how you conduct yourself in such a very, very respectable manner that it just gives no credibility to the names and the slurs that are slung against you guys that you're going to hear on the BBC, Sky News and things like that. However, guys, I want you all, first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for how you've turned out today. So well done. Now, as Richard said, we've been living in Wales and living under Labour for some time now, and we know exactly how you feel. This, what you're seeing now with the political prisoners and how people are treated for speaking out, it isn't new to Wales. It is new here, and it's something that everybody's starting to get a little bit annoyed about, which is great to see, if I'm going to be totally honest. Now, something else as well is you had that lot, and the numbers that have come out from that lot, I think Liam was a little bit generous earlier on when he said 500. I definitely think it's a little bit less than that. But something for everybody to consider is that they all get paid to be here. You would have seen adverts all over social media from local trade unions, teachers' unions, Unison, all offering free travel, free food to come along, and they can muster 300 to 500 if you want to be fair. You guys turn out in the thousands, and it comes out of your own pocket every single time. So again, give yourselves a round of applause for that. Now, like I said, I am going to keep it short, but I do want to introduce someone onto the stage. It's their first demonstration in London, first demonstration really in all. Now, this man, you may recognise him from GB News. He comes all the way from my hometown of Swansea City as well. And you may have seen on GB News spent a week or so in a migrant camp in Calais and then travelled across the channel on a dinghy, only to be arrested. Guys, give it up for Lee West.
Hi guys, how's it going? Been put on the spot a little bit here today. I wasn't due to speak on stage. I'm just here giving a bit of support for Vicky, who is speaking later. So I've been stitched up a little bit by Dan. And I don't want to talk about the politics and the message that we are driving home today, because I think the guys have been doing an absolute fantastic job of that. What I did want to say is a little bit about you guys. And this is the first time I've ever attended an event like this. Unbelievably, I served my country in the Royal Marines for 17 years, so I have seen a few... Cheers. I have seen a few unruly crowds in my time, which today isn't. Been Afghanistan and Iraq, and I've also been in a yellow vest protest in Paris, and that was carnage, very violent. But I just want to say a little bit about what I've seen today, because not having been to one of these events, I mean, the closest I've been is a handful of the Free Palestine idiots outside my business in Swansea, is I've been able to look at it from a fresh set of eyes, unbiased. I'm not here on anybody's behalf today, just here in support. And it's been able to look at it with a fresh set of eyes and without any bias. Now, I'm sure none of you listen to or are influenced by the legacy mainstream media. Boo. And neither am I. But unfortunately, when you are active online, you do come across their stuff. And it can get into your psyche a little bit. And if you listen to that, and I'm sure you got a lot of people in your friends and circles on social media who would look at something like today and have a lot of prejudice towards it, and think it's just a bunch of unruly, violent criminals and thugs out causing aggression and criminal damage. And today's been the absolute opposite. I've never seen such a peaceful, polite and positive gathering in my life. It's been absolutely amazing. And it's been a privilege to see it from this point of view. I was right at the start, I was right in the middle of it, and now I'm getting to see it from you. And every single one of you should be proud of the way you conducted yourselves today. You've absolutely covered yourselves in glory. And I'm very proud to see it. I'm sure Tommy is going to be proud when he gets to see it, right? And the country should be proud of what you've done here today. It's been amazing to witness. And I guess one last little point is, going on from those prejudices to us and everybody who's here today, And the fight isn't against the far left or the left, because you can't fight against something. You're never going to have a reasonable conversation with them, and you're never going to change their minds. The fight is with the middle ground, or those people who are scared to comment on something like today in a positive way like I have. And I can go back to those people now and say, well, I've seen it with my own eyes. If you haven't, don't cast judgment. Go yourselves like I have and get involved. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for letting me be a part of it, and be proud of yourselves.
Sorry guys, me again. There was one thing I did forget, and it is a personal invitation to every single person here. On the 15th of February in Swansea, we are having a big celebration. It's a Valentine's celebration. Happy Valentine's Day, Britain. And it's going to be filled like this with great people like yourselves. And it's just going to be an event which lets us remember what it is that makes Britain great. So on the 15th of February in Swansea, hopefully see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan and the Voice of Wales team. Absolutely fantastic. Now, I wonder who's travelled the furthest to get to this event today. I spoke to someone this morning that come all the way from Inverness. Well, I bet you the guy coming on next beats that. He's come all the way from the United States of America. Give it up for a friend of Tommy Robinson, a friend of mine, a friend of England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Mr. Don Keith. Thank you very much.
Hello, England! Everybody say, yeah! That's what I love to hear, man. I love to be here with you guys. It's you guys are such a welcoming country, and every time I come, I'm just flabbergasted by the turnout and just the love and just everything. You guys mean a lot to me. You know, people ask me, I got asked last week, as a matter of fact, why do you march with Tommy Robinson? Well, I wasn't able to march with Winston Churchill and George Washington. I didn't have the opportunity to march with Martin Luther King because I wasn't alive at the time. But I am alive in the time of Tommy Robinson. So I marched with Tommy because I couldn't march with those great heroes. And he's just as heroic as those in my eyes. I got to tell you guys a story. I don't know if you've heard this yet, but I was supposed to see Tommy tomorrow. Had the visit all scheduled and was ready to go. As I was getting on the plane, or getting ready to get on the plane yesterday, I got a letter from the prison system who said, we're sorry you're not going to be able to see Tommy because you have a social media platform and we're afraid you're going to share the details of your visit on social media. How bad must the treatment of Tommy Robinson be if the prison system is afraid you're going to share some details on social media? So there's Tommy languishing once again in a Gestapo prison cell, a confined prison cell, solitary confinement, for a civil contempt charge. Absolutely ridiculous. And as I understand it, no one in history has ever been sentenced to solitary confinement for a civil contempt charge. You know, I gotta say, it's pretty overwhelming to me to see how quickly, and what an embarrassment it must be to Western governments like the United Kingdom and Germany and all these others to see that in the last 2 weeks, Donald Trump, since his election, thank you. That's right. Thank you very much. But what an embarrassment must it be to see that it only takes 2 weeks to completely seal your borders, get rid of DEI, and all the transgender bullshit that these Western governments put their people through. So it's time for the same kind of change in the United Kingdom. But the question is, how far are you willing to go? I heard Andrew Bridgen mention Malcolm X. We had another famous civil rights leader named Martin Luther King. He effected a lot of change in America through marches and protests and silent sit-ins. But, you know, it wasn't just the marching that got the Civil Rights Act passed. It was the marching, and people all around the world were seeing the oppression of what would happen to people peacefully marching in America, people peacefully sitting in diners and enjoying food, drinking from a white water fountain, and then getting beaten by police dogs or incarcerated or shot with water cannons from the fire department. That's called civil disobedience. A lot of folks in America call that good trouble. But the point is, sometimes you have to risk a little freedom to earn a little freedom. So the question is, how far are you all willing to go for that? I know Tommy's sitting in solitary confinement right now. Obviously, we want to be peaceful in anything we do. But there comes a time, sometimes you have to share that post on social media to speak out against your government. Now, speaking of Trump, before I get off here today, I want you guys to do me a little bit of a favor. I got some folks coming on stage to join me. And what I want you to do is help me send a little salute out to Donald Trump and show him that you guys, because I can tell you all the people in America support you and everything your struggles you're going through right now. But I'm going to play a little song here, and I need you all to participate with me and salute Donald Trump. It's called the YMCA, so I need you all to do the dance with me. people. Thank you so much for turning out, showing support for Tommy. I really appreciate it. Little homework before you go home today. Bring a person with you next time. Tommy's getting out in September. We want to see 1 million people here in September to greet him when he gets out. Can you do that for me? Yes! My name is Don Keith. You can find me on Twitter or X at @RealDonKeith. I love you all so much. Thank you so much.
You see, you don't get that at a lefty demonstration. You never see any dancing at a lefty demonstration. All you see is complaining, whinging, crying and fighting. We're having the fun, we're on the right side of history, and we're going to win. I want to introduce, do you know something? The class of the speakers is going up. It used to just be people like me, but today we've got Pete Gotch. He's a criminal barrister. He's talking to Tommy Robinson. Give it up for Pete Gotch.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to top that. That's just impossible, isn't it? My name's Pete Gotch. I'm a criminal barrister of England and Wales. I've been doing that for 19 years. Before I was doing that, I was a police officer. I was with Thames Valley Police for 15 years. But, you know what, I think that puts me in a good place to be able to say some legal facts to the people that govern us. And I'm going to start off with a few general facts, and then I'm going to add in a few facts about the way that the state is treating Tommy Robinson. So, fact number 1, I love my country. Let me know if you agree with me. Loving your country does not make you far right. Fact 2, uncontrolled illegal immigration is damaging our country. Being concerned about illegal immigration does not make you a racist. Fact 3, there is a problem in this country with a toxic Islamic ideology. Being concerned about the spread of Islam does not make you Islamophobic. A phobia is an irrational fear, or a fear of something which is unrealistic. There is nothing irrational about fearing a group who commit 80% of all terrorist attacks in the UK. Fact 4. There is a massive crackdown on free speech underway in this country. Blasphemy laws look as if they may be just around the corner. The police are now openly political. People are in prison for Facebook posts, while violent criminals are being released to make room for them. Tommy Robinson, currently serving 18 months in prison for showing the film Silenced. In other words, for telling the truth when other media outlets were just telling lies. And here's the thing, he's not just in prison, he's in solitary confinement. Now that is something that is usually used to punish prisoners who act up in prison. And we know that segregation of that kind for periods longer than 14 days can have a detrimental effect on somebody's mental health. And we know that because prison psychologists tell us that. But Tommy is likely to spend 9 months on his own. So why is that? Some would say it's an attempt to break him. The prison would say, oh, it's for his own protection. Well, let's quickly look at those two alternatives. I'll address a few questions directly to Nicola Marfleet, the governor of Woodhill Prison. Nicola Marfleet, if you have to keep Tommy Robinson in solitary confinement, who are you protecting him from? Why does Tommy have to be kept in solitary rather than dealing with the group who are making the threats against him? Doesn't that exactly mirror what is going on in society? Where, rather than dealing with the violent criminals, we prefer to deal instead with the people who call them out. Ms. Marfleet, Governor, there is a difference between segregation and solitary confinement. There must be plenty of people in that prison who would be quite happy to be housed with Tommy Robinson. Just safe people, just people who are not jihadists. So why then is he kept isolated from everybody? If it's for his own protection, why have all the visitors who've been to see him so far been made to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that the things that Tommy says in prison cannot be repeated outside of the prison? What is it that you don't want the public to hear? And why, Ms. Marfleet, as a public servant, are you involving yourself in politics? And how does that relate in any way to his protection? And I hear now that all his visits have now been stopped. All personal visits to Tommy have now been stopped. There can be no possible legal justification for doing that. If it isn't an attempt to break him, what is it? The public need an explanation. And these questions, of course, should be asked by those that represent us over there. But they're not being asked. Lastly, Tommy should be in an open prison. He's category C. He should really be category D and in open conditions. Now, there's no clear definition of who's entitled to a category D open prison, but there is some fairly clear advice on who is not entitled. You're not entitled to category D if you're violent, if you're a foreign national at risk of deportation, if you're an escaper, if you're someone who continues to behave in a criminal way whilst in prison, or if you're somebody who disrupts the security and good order of a prison. So, given that none of these things apply to Tommy Robinson, why can he not be housed in a category D open prison? I have no doubt that what is happening to Tommy is a breach of his Article 3 human rights. And that's the bit that prohibits torture and inhuman treatment. And in my view, that is exactly what's going on. So the question is, what can all of us do about it? What can we do about it? First thing, lobby your MPs. They should be asking these questions on our behalf, but they're not. Lobby your MPs. Secondly, tell everybody what's going on. They're not going to hear about this on the BBC, are they? They're not going to read about it in The Guardian. Tell your mates, tell your kids, tell everybody down the pub what's going on. Refuse to be silenced. And if anybody doesn't like what you're saying, defeat them with facts. That's what Tommy does, isn't it? I've never seen him lose an argument, because he just bombards people with truth and facts, and you can't stand up against it. So we must all do the same. We must all step up now. We are all Tommy Robinson. Thank you for listening.
I know you're all getting cold, and I really want everybody to start moving about. I know it sounded stupid, and I took the mick out of you, but start jumping up and down again. You've got to get the blood going, guys. And if you're really cold, give someone a cuddle, give someone next to you a hug. Got to bring Maureen up. Maureen is an independent councillor from Wigan. She stood for Tommy. She's fighting for Tommy. She's standing for a public inquiry, not about the grooming gangs, but we can call them rape gangs now, because that's what they are. Give it up for Maureen from Wigan Council.
Hi everyone, my name's Maureen O'Byrne and I'm a local independent councillor in Wigan. However, today I am acting as a private citizen in my own personal capacity. I have to say that because they've got a solicitor employed to investigate me already. I have followed Tommy Robinson for a few years, mainly in support of his fight against the rape gangs. Last week I brought a motion forward to Wigan Council that they ask Keir Starmer to have a full national inquiry into the rape gangs. They deliberately prolonged the meeting so that there was no time for my motion. I said I'm going to go ahead with it anyway, and I'm asking you all to stay. All the Labour councillors, bar one, walked out while I was speaking about the rape gangs. I posted a video of this incident on Facebook. 2 days later, they reconvened and they had to all pass the motion. This was due to the public outcry. They were shamed into it. So never give up. Don't let them silence you. Don't let them shut you down. Don't feel embarrassed in front of your friends. Speak out every time for what's right and for Tommy. He's not in jail for what he's done, but for what he says and what he believes. He's a political prisoner because he talks about issues the establishment would prefer he didn't. Consecutive governments allowed young vulnerable girls to be raped for years and let the perpetrators get away with it and local authorities cover up for it. Only a few people such as Tommy and Maggie Oliver were prepared to expose what was going on. Everyone, regardless of colour, ethnicity or religion, should demand that there is a national inquiry. Those girls deserve justice. Tommy is in jail because he makes films that tell the truth. He's not in jail for doing something wrong. He's in jail for telling the truth and doing the right thing. He's in jail while dangerous criminals are set free. We must not let the establishment silence us as they try to silence him. I was asked on to GB News to speak about the motion at the council, and I mentioned Tommy Robinson on GB News because how can we talk about grooming gangs without talking about Tommy Robinson? I'm not ashamed to say his name. I'm proud to say Tommy Robinson, as we all should be. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Some amazing people stepping up and speaking today. We've got a friend of this movement that's been a friend of Tommy, a friend of what we do for a very long time. Give it up for the former leader of UKIP, Mr. Jared Batten. He's somewhere about. I think Jared Batten's got hypothermia, so we'll have to wing it for a few minutes. Get the guy to play the next song. Next song. Get the next song on. Where is he? He's hiding. We're playing hide and seek with Jared Batten, and we found him. Here he is. He would just keep you all waiting. Jared Batten, everybody.
Sorry, everybody, I was in demand somewhere else. Right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you to the organisers and all of the stewards and everybody that makes it possible. And I'd very much like to thank the organisers for inviting me today. And of course, why are we here? We're here to support Britain's premier political prisoner, Tommy Robinson. not forgetting now all the other political prisoners that have joined Tommy over the last few months. Now, I grew up in an era of political prisoners. I remember reading about people who were being locked up for giving their opinions, for criticising and questioning a government's agenda. Such people were put in prisons, they were put in re-education camps, or they were put in gulags. And of course, it wasn't happening here, it was happening in the old Soviet Union. And now we have started to copy what the old Soviet Union used to do, where people cannot critique, they cannot question, and they're being locked up for giving their opinions. Well, that shouldn't surprise us too much now, because we have an extreme left government run by a Marxist and his fellow low IQ loony lefties. Now, the first tenet of Marxism is that you have to destroy the old order and society. Now, how do you do that in the UK? Well, it's been done by mass illegal immigration. And in fact, I think it will be more accurate to call it mass migrant invasions rather than immigration. And how do they intend to destroy our old order by doing that? Well, it breaks down national identity, it destroys national loyalty, and it destroys national cohesion. And you can see it around you all the time. You see it in the general lawlessness, the general low-level crime, the organised crime of foreign criminal gangs, and of course, as has come to light more and more, in the organised rape and prostitution, industrialised prostitution of underage and general white girls. All of this has been done for a reason: to destroy our cohesive society. Now, during the lockdown, you may remember, during the Troubles last summer, a man was sent to prison for posting a meme. And that meme had a picture of some illegal immigrants, and then it had a caption saying, "Coming to a town near you soon." And he was in prison for that. Well, he was telling the truth. And that truth was confirmed last week by the government's Office for National Statistics. They said that Britain's population is due to rise from 67 million to 72.5 million by 2032. That is the demonstration that that man was telling the truth. It's coming to a town near you over the next 5 years if you haven't got it already. The government is letting in 900,000 people a year at the moment. Now, I cited the old Soviet Union earlier on, and those of you of my age and a bit younger will remember that they had their heroes of free speech too. In Russia, they had Alexander Solzhenitsyn. In Poland, they had Lech Walesa. In Czechoslovakia, they had Václav Havel. And many, many more unsung heroes who paid a heavy price for defying the government. But the government, and more importantly the system, was eventually overthrown because you cannot deny the truth forever. Well, our national hero now is Tommy Robinson. And all of those other fellow free speechers that are paying the price in prison for pointing out the bleeding obvious. Now, what can we do? What can we do? Well, all we can do is what we're doing now. We can continue to tell the truth, continue to speak up, continue to support the social media channels that are replacing the old legacy media. They cannot imprison everybody. Now, we have to thank God for Elon Musk, who has brought this issue into an international spotlight. Maybe even President Trump may decide to say something about it. Let's hope so. So carry on what we're doing. Do whatever you can think of to do to support Tommy. One of the suggestions I had is sending a card in prison. He's getting thousands and thousands and thousands, so maybe the prisons will get fed up with trying to sort through his mail and put him in an open prison. Let's do what we can. Thank you very much.
Is everybody having a good time? Let's keep it high energy all the way to the very end. We've got 1 hour left, and we've got to plough through the speakers so they all get their opportunity to speak and spread some love. Now, this is one of my favourite men on X. And he said, make up what you want about me. So I'm going to say he was lead singer of the Beatles back in the day. Davy Vance, come on!
Yeah, I've left John, Paul and Ringo backstage. Listen, I'm very, very great to be here with you this afternoon. Can I just start by fact-checking the BBC in advance, if I may? There's thousands of people here, and we know that, and we know that when they report on this, they'll say it was half a dozen men and a dog. So, BBC, fact-check, just to start with. Secondly, it's important to see positivity. And if we look across the Atlantic, we see Donald Trump got into power, and what was the first thing he did? He released the January 6th political hostages. Now then, even better, the people responsible for putting those hostages in prison, they're going to be investigated, and they might end up in prison as well. So, that sounds kind of good to me, doesn't it? And of course, needless to say, the reason we're here is because Tommy Robinson is a political hostage, taken by a corrupt regime here in the United Kingdom, a regime where we're standing amongst the remnants of it, and we need to have real change here in this country as well. And it's not just Tommy, because it's also the other people taken political hostage last August in the aftermath of the Southport atrocity. So all those people should not be behind bars. The people who should be behind bars are the people really And I just want to briefly mention one of them, and that is the Attorney General of the United Kingdom, Lord Hermer, or Harmer, depending. He's a guy that represented Gerry Adams. He's the guy that suggested that Shamima Begum be returned to the UK. Yeah, that guy. And he's the guy that made sure last autumn that Tommy was eventually put behind bars. You know, so my hope would be in due course, and this will happen, Tommy Robinson will be freed. He will join us again. And what I would love to see is everybody involved in his incarceration investigated, and ultimately I'd like to see them behind bars. I hope you'd agree with that. And on that note, because I know you're all probably dying of hypothermia, as indeed am I, look, thanks again for coming here for Tommy. It's great to be with you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Another wonderful man. And now we have got Urban Scoop's international reporter, Vicky Richer. Let's hear it for her. Come on.
Hello together, and thank you for having me here. And we are all here to talk about the political prisoners who we want to get out, especially Tommy Robinson. But we should never forget the people who died in prison because of political imprisonment. So I will name internationally from 3 countries the people who died in political imprisonment. I start with the UK, and you all know Peter Lynch, who committed suicide in prison. We should never forget his name. I come to Brazil. They had a January 8th. It was the same bullshit like January 6, only in Brazil. Cleison, he died on pneumonia in prison because YEARRS, the Supreme Court judge, didn't let him out because he was too sick. But he was a political opponent. He said Jair Bolsonaro is the right president, so he had to stay in prison and died. Now I come to America. We all know about January 6. In January 6, we have suicide in prison. Matthew Perna, Mark Ernst, Gord Matcham, Christopher Georgia, David Hummel, they all committed suicide because they were standing up for their right of freedom of speech. We should never forget their names. Two other J6ers didn't die on suicide, but Julio Pachua died just days after his release from prison, where he had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. He maybe could have survived if he would have been in freedom and could have the medication what he would need it. Bart Shively is released, has now also cancer. It's fatal. He got his cancer related to his service for the military, for fighting for his country. He would maybe still be able to fight this cancer if he would have got his medication. And I also want to name the people who died on January 6th. Ashley Babbitt got killed. Roseanne Boylan got killed. Kevin Greason got killed. Benjamin Phillips got killed. All those names we should never forget because they will not come back. But they stood for the same reasons you are here right now, for freedom of speech. And we should remember on the 20th of January, Donald J. Trump got back into office. The first thing what he did after being president again, he released 1,500 of the January 6th prisoners. So my call is now directed to Keir Starmer. You should release all British political prisoners by Monday. And if not, you get the hell out of this office. Thank you.
you not got a haircut like mine? Now, Professor Norman Fenton was the first British academic to stand up and publicly support Tommy Robinson. Here he is, ladies and gents.
Yeah, I'm Norman Fenton, mathematician and Professor Emeritus of Risk at Queen Mary University of London. Academics claim to be the torchbearers for protecting human rights, civil liberties and freedom of speech. Tommy Robinson's incarceration is a disgraceful breach of those principles. He's a political prisoner. But if I could have got all the other academics prepared to publicly say the same thing, I could have driven them here in a Renault Clio and still had room for a couple of hitchhikers. That's because academics support the political persecution of men like Tommy who aren't like them. I'm sick of their hypocrisy and prejudice. It led to the head of the National Educators Union sending out a mass email to its 500,000 members asking them to turn up today to combat all of us here calling us racists and fascists. And why the head of the Royal College of Speech and Language was suspended and forced to issue a grovelling apology just for accidentally following Tommy Robinson on X. I've personally been on the receiving end of this cancel culture because I openly challenge the government narrative on COVID lockdowns and vaccines. But of course, that's nothing compared to what Tommy's been through. Where are all the human rights and civil liberties organisations who are supposed to campaign for political prisoners like Tommy and the others wrongly imprisoned after Southport? They haven't said a single word. They're cowards. The fear of being cancelled simply for being seen to be associated with Tommy shames our country. People who support him must be prepared to publicly say so. They can't cancel us all. And finally, as a Jew, I also want to thank Tommy for his brave stance against anti-Semites and the fact that he has supported the victims of Hamas just like he supported the victims of grooming gangs. Tommy knows the same Islamist terrorists who want to destroy Israel also want to destroy Britain and the West. Tommy's a brave British hero who sacrificed everything to expose the truth. He needs to be released now.
Yeah, I second that. We want Tommy out! 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 Ladies and gents, political and cultural commentator, let's hear it for Bass and Bougie!
Who here loves Great Britain? Who here loves freedom of speech? Who here loves democracy? Who here loves our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? My parents came into this country for everything we just listed. Freedom of speech, democracy, Christianity. And they came into this country, many first, second generation immigrants, integrated, assimilated, contributed, and they even taught their children, just like me, to do the same. And now what has happened, because it's not just the white working class people that are frustrated, you are not alone. What has happened is that the country they escaped to is turning into the country they escaped from. Do not believe the lies that Britain is progressing. Britain is regressing. The fact that a man is sitting in solitary confinement for releasing a documentary The last time someone was arrested for contempt of court was in World War II. Please tell me, how is that progression? Communism is creeping into this country. It's creeping into this education system. And when you tell people that, they say you're a coon. They say you're an Uncle Tom. They say you're a far-right extremist. They say you're a neo-Nazi. Okay. If this is a far-right neo-Nazi extremist event, then what the fuck am I doing here? No, seriously. I have a question for mainstream media. If this is a racist event, then what are me and many other ethnic minorities who are out here doing here? Yes, I see you. And why do you not show people who look like me at these events? The reason why they do it is the reason why they don't do it is because they know these events have nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with color. It barely even has anything to do with Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is just a vessel, just like you and me. What it has to do is with preserving Christian values. Everything in this world is a fight between good and evil, holiness and sin, Jesus Christ and Satan. And in the Bible it says in Proverbs 31, 8 to 9, it says, stand up for those who are mute, stand up for those who are destitute, and stand up for the needy and the poor. That's what Tommy Robinson has been doing for the last 10 years. And now he's in jail for it. Can you imagine? That's who we should be knighting, not fucking Sadiq Khan. The Bible also says, notice how I swear and then I also mentioned the Bible, sorry guys. The Bible also says in Matthew 18 that those who cause children to be harmed are better off having a millstone hung around their neck, drowning in the sea. If we would have preserved the scripture in Parliament, the millions of young British girls, because it's not thousands, do not believe the media lies that it's thousands, it's millions of young white British girls, they would have never been groomed. Not only do we need to protect our children from being groomed, but we also need to protect our children from this communist ideology that is telling them that you should be afraid to be a patriot. Let me make myself very clear. Support the country you live in or live in the country you support. And I have a question for the anti-racism rally, okay? You wanted to come to this event to stop it. My question to you is, what are you complaining about? What can you do, whether you're African, Caribbean, Arab, that a white man cannot do? How dare you complain about racism in this country when you have every opportunity offered to you? And the thing is about these BLM anti-racism rallies is they always quote Martin Luther King. But wasn't Martin Luther King the same person who said we should judge people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin? So for every single person from the anti-racism rally, I triple dare you to come here at the next event and judge these people not because they're white, but because of what they have to say. And that's when you'll realize that this is the right side of history. Because I was once like you. Tommy Robinson was presented to me as a racist. People told me that he hated me. It wasn't until I watched just one interview of Tommy Robinson, and it made me realize that Tommy Robinson wasn't a racist. In fact, he was a hero. Yes, mainstream media. I want mainstream media to capture a black woman saying Tommy Robinson is a hero. I dare you. He sacrificed his family, he sacrificed his businesses, he sacrificed his reputation for this country. That's who we should be knighting. Now, because Tommy Robinson is a hero, I want you guys to please do me a favor. On the count of 3, I want you guys to repeat 3 times, okay? On the count of 3, Tommy's lives matter. You guys ready? Let me get my camera out. You ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Tommy's lives matter. Tommy's lives matter. Tommy's lives matter. Thank you so much, guys.
Outstanding. Now, before I introduce Reverend Brett Murphy, is Richard Inman anywhere? Can you come to the back of the stage, please? And my final word for the day, and I have said this before, that we have got enough battles out there at the moment, and as a country I feel like we're up against the ropes, but we're not flat on our back, and I think with a little bit of momentum and a little bit of putting together more, we could find ourselves back in the centre of the ring again. So please bear this in mind. If you're having disputes at home or you minor squabbles with people that you've held grudges against for years over little things, ego, nonsense, let it go. Let that shit go. Go home. Build bridges with people. Become your own little communities and build yourselves up so we can all rise on the same team and move in the same direction. We've got enough enemies out there. We don't need to be fighting amongst each other. All right? Have we got a reverend in the house? I believe we have.
Thank you, Liam. What an encouragement to see so many patriotic people gathered today, and thank you to the opportunity to speak. Let me bounce off Liam there and say, I want to bring you a message of hope in the midst of darkness. If you look back through the history of our great nation, you will find time and time again she has faced down insurmountable odds where the forces of evil looked like they would win. And yet, by the grace of God, who made Britain mighty, he makes her mightier yet. If you flick through history, you will see brave, heroic figures who do not bow down to evil. Think of King Alfred the Great, Queen Elizabeth I, Horatio Lord Nelson, Sir Winston Churchill, and Tommy Robinson. We must not give in to the forces of darkness which have gripped our country. And I believe we are facing the greatest threat this nation has ever seen in its long and glorious history. And the worst thing about that is the forces of Satan have infiltrated our very nation. We face a threat from within, twofold, from weak and corrupt government who bow down to evil, and from forces of outside worldviews. And I'm of course talking about extremist Islamist worldviews, which are incompatible with the Christian values of the United Kingdom. Our nation will be overwhelmed. As a friend and brother in Christ of mine said, if we don't stand now, we will kneel in the future. So we must stand with Tommy and all those who are willing to speak the truth. For if a man can be thrown into prison, in a political prison, as Tommy has been, anyone could be. We must not allow our country to be swallowed up by the gaping maws of evil which would seek to see our awesome country obliterated. I want to give you an encouragement and I want to make an apology. I'm sorry it's me talking to you. I am just a silly Australian who came here 7 years ago with rose-coloured glasses, and what I found is a nation in distress. It should be the Archbishop of York or the Archbishop of Canterbury on this stage. But the Church of England, which I left, which I call the cult of England, should hang its head in shame. But do not lose heart. God is not done with the United Kingdom yet. There is a revival happening of people who are seeking truth, and they are finding it in Jesus Christ. He is King of the United Kingdom. And I tell you what, if you turn to him, you will find the greatness that made our country awesome to begin with. I'm going to conclude with a short scripture, and I believe it applies to our country today. Chapter 7 of the second book of Chronicles, chapter 14. If my people, which are called by my name, says God, shall humble themselves, pray, and seek my face, and turn from wicked ways, I will hear them from heaven, I will forgive their sin, and I will heal their land. If we turn back to God, he will heal the United Kingdom, and he will expunge it of the evil which has set as a rot in our nation. So I want to encourage you, don't lose hope. There are good churches out there. Don't go to the cult of England or other woke churches. Find a good biblical church with a pastor who has the balls to speak the truth. And be with like-minded people so we can form strong Christian communities again. Don't let them bully you into silence, but stand firm. Now, my brother in Christ and one of my best friends, Father Calvin Robinson, has got in trouble for a hand gesture recently. And my wife said, keep your hands at your side, dear, or it's divorce. So, even though that's a sin. So, I thought we could do a great British gesture, inspired by the man whose statue is just in the square down there. How's about we say, V for victory, free Tommy Robinson, and make Britain Christian again.
Thank you, Father Brett, and he's certainly right about one thing. Our land needs healed. Now, we're going to finish very, very soon. We've got Pastor Ricky, we've got a song, and then we've got Pastor Phil who's going to come up and close in prayer. So give it up for these great men of God. Pastor Ricky Doolan, Pastor Phil. You have been the most generous crowd. I've heard what's gone into the buckets. You've been the most patient crowd, and you're the most hardy crowd. You must all be from Middlesbrough in the north of England, because you stood in the cold without shivering. Give yourselves a round of applause for coming. God bless you all. Here's Ricky Doolan.
Hello, United Kingdom, Great Britain, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Give a big shout in this place! Right, just to warm us up a little bit. There's no band today, but I want us to clap our hands like this. They need to hear us. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Come on. Oh, Tommy, Tommy, faster now. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy, lift it up. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, we want Tommy out now. Come on, here we go, keep going. We want Tommy out. We want Tommy out. Come on. We want Tommy out. We want Tommy out. We want Tommy out. We want Tommy out. Somebody give a big shout in this place. But we could do better than that. One more time, on the count of three, we shout so the people in Parliament can hear. All the lefties and the globalists can hear. We're going to shout on three. 1, 2, 3. And let that be our battle cry as we are united together today. Unite in the kingdom, because they decided to throw a national hero in prison to silence him. And let's not be mistaken, it's nothing to do with contempt of court. It's nothing to do that anything that Tommy's done wrong. It's just to silence his voice. Why are they now making his friends that are trying to visit him not allowed to go to the prison and visit because it's silencing. They don't want people hearing the truth. And as long as we stand together and we speak the truth and we stay united and we stay as one, we'll break through this darkness and this evil. Now we're going to do a song in just a moment, but it's important that I say this as well, and we've heard it from some of our other speakers, that this country is founded and built on a solid foundation, and that foundation is the Lord Jesus Christ. Christianity built this country. Christianity made this country be great. And as long as we respect and we honor that same Christianity and that same God we call Jesus Christ, then there's no evil or darkness or devil that can ever defeat us. We're going to do this song together. And this is an important song. And this is for Tommy. We're going to sing this one for Tommy today. But it's for each and every one of us. And it's very important that we recognize with the Lord Jesus Christ, we will never walk alone. So let's sing this song together. When prayer in the words of Elon Musk and the words of Father Calvin Robinson, my heart to yours. Father,
with hope in our hearts, we need hope in our hearts. The prophet Amos said these words, that justice will roll down like a river and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. The kingdom of God is righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. And if we are to know peace in this nation again, we need righteousness.
And we cannot have political prisoners. We cannot have injustice if we are to know peace. And so may we stand for righteousness. That is why I'm here today, that we stand for righteousness. And so can I just declare a blessing over us today before we go from here and before I hand the mic back to Richard, who will give us some instructions of what happens next. So let me bless you, if you will afford me that opportunity. So go forth into the world in peace. Be of good courage. Hold fast to that which is good. Render to no one evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted. Support the weak. Help the afflicted. Show love to everyone. Love and serve the Lord. Rejoicing in the power of the Holy Spirit and the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you, be upon you, remain with you, and with those whom you love, now and evermore. And we say together, Amen.
Oh, guys, what a fantastic day. And I want to once more thank every single one of you for coming. I'm just going to tell you what we need to do now. If you're leaving, just obviously turn around, head toward Parliament Square. If you're going towards Waterloo again to get home, go that way. If you're going towards Victoria Station, go up Victoria Street. Keep it peaceful, keep it respectful. We've had a great day. No arrests from our side. Now you better go home before I trip up and fall off the stage. See you all next time. See you in September.
That employ loads of people, and we've got to have the right atmosphere in this country, the right environment for people like John to go out and take those risks. Hence everything I was saying earlier about the essential issue of energy costs. Yesterday, Kemi Badenoch said that she thought reform was a protest vote. Well, I was minded to think there's quite a lot to protest about, but we're not a protest vote. And the common theme with all of these events, and last night I was actually in her constituency, which was rather fun, but the common thing about all these results, about all of you, is whilst you're realistic and you understand just how grave are the dangers that face our country, you understand the societal decline that we're living through, the economic decline that we're living through, the loss of good values that we're living through, the throwing out of the...
whom you love, now and evermore. And we say together, Amen.
Oh, guys, what a fantastic day. And I want to once more thank every single one of you for coming. I'm just going to tell you what we need to do now. If you're leaving, just obviously turn around, head toward Parliament Square. If you're going towards Waterloo again to get home, go that way. If you're going towards Victoria Station, go up Victoria Street. Keep it peaceful, keep it respectful. We've had a great day. No arrests from our side. Now you better go home before I trip up and fall off the stage. See you all next time. See you in September.
If you want to completely replace your income in 4 months, then don't even bother listening to this advert in full.
I had to wait because there's always...
Stand up against the tyranny. Let Tommy hear everyone's voice.
Oh, what a saga it's been.